Is this a regular time YouTube stream? I'm pretty sure that hasn't happened in literally a month, but there was kind of no point streaming early today because it still would be too late to go out thanks to... It's the opposite of daylight savings time now technically, but whatever. Clock's changing, it'll be too late to get out, so I figured we'd stream at normal time today. Go and chase some tigers, try to catch some fish. By the way, Bentley, I saw that, congratulations. What's up, Mel? ATV's in here, making chicken marsala. Can I have some? What's up, Polecat? Gunhub's in here. Hey, I heard you shot a doe, by the way. Good deal, man. What's up, Kevin? Fellow Pennsylvanian indeed. How's it going, man? What's up, Ribbit? Who can it be? No? 12. Drawing a flag for someone. Nice. Good deal, Gunhub. I think actually, yeah, Kyler showed me the picture of it. What's up, Riley? Diamondback's in here. Welcome on in. Hope you guys are having a good Monday afternoon. Rare I get to really talk about afternoon. It's been noon every Monday stream going all the way back, I think, to like October 7th or something. Been a while. What's up, Spirit Air? That took me a second. Rules Variety's in here as well. Welcome on in. Got a feeling you'll see a rare tiger today. Hey, you know, it could even be the respawn of the one that attacked us when we shot our diamond snow leopard. You never know. I guess we'll find out. But none here. Just gonna bounce to this spot. We're gonna check a couple areas, then we'll probably let it roll on into middle of the day, and then probably rest back again a little bit later. Because again, you gotta keep in mind, tiger respawns are like delayed or something. So killing them and then immediately changing the time probably doesn't make a lot of sense. What's up, Big Z? Saw Clarkson here as well. Love the exclamation points. The duck hunting has been nuts in Wisconsin, and there are so many ducks up here. Nice. One of these days, I'd like to go duck hunting. I think it'd be fun. The unbelievably early mornings, maybe not so much. I'm not great with that kind of thing, but otherwise. Love that video. Your brother's hunt and how to... Even talked in a second, helping him find... Oh, I was in it. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, just made a little cameo appearance there, but that was one of them situations where it was probably best that we left it overnight, and then, I mean, my dad and I came up here like, or there actually, 7:30 in the morning, something like that, because it was cold overnight, but obviously it was going to warm back up, and we didn't even get into the woods. And Dad's like, isn't that it laying right there? Oh yeah, sure enough. So if we had gone in there and pushed it, would have been a whole lot worse. I may have some... Okay, good, ATV, I'm glad. What's up, Jeff? Got anything for deer season? Man, I killed a doe on the opener. Haven't had any luck since. On Saturday, I called in a pretty nice buck. I'm kind of heartbroken over this. It wasn't, like, huge. Similar size to the one I killed in West Virginia in 2022. I rattled. I look up, and here comes this buck across the hillside. Not really coming into me. I think he was just going to kind of get up and go check it out. And I hit a couple of grunts, snort, wheeze, grunt again, and he came running down the hill. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm going to kill this one, because like, he is coming in. And he got right to the ravine that he needed to cross for me to get a shot, and stopped. And he can't see the buck that he's going to challenge. And he just stood there. And I tried to get the camera on him, he busted me doing that. He's in the video, you'll get to see it. That was a bummer, but Dad shot a nice one. Probably... It had a couple of broken tines. I'd imagine it was in the area 115, might be a little below because of the, like, couple inches that it lost off the main beam in G3, but to be honest, if I killed that buck Saturday morning, Dad wouldn't have hunted Saturday evening and wouldn't have shot that one, so I'm kind of happy I didn't get it. What's up, Hawkeye? I just got my first 2 diamonds in the angler. Nice, Jeff, what'd you get? Chiefs or Bucks? What's your pick for the day? Probably Chiefs. If the Bucks had Godwin and Evans, I would at least give them a chance, but I just don't see it. Get a big tiger. I'll try. I will certainly try. We're going to check around the river here a little bit. I haven't done that in a while. Hello. You are ugly. A large female. How dare you stream while I'm on Tornado Watch? Well, my thought was if I stream while you're on Tornado Watch, maybe I can cover up the sounds of the tornado. I don't know. Hopefully you're going to be okay. Hopefully everything's alright out there. Camiso bar roll and bourbon. Nice. Got a buck pattern. Been following the same rut route, but there's a south wind. It's like November 1st through 4th are basically my favorite days to hunt. November 3rd, if I really want to narrow it down, but this year is a Sunday, couldn't hunt it anyway. And then today, I would love to be out. All the way back in 2020, November 4th was the second day that I encountered the bladed 9, like my favorite buck ever that I never did shoot. And it was just like a really good rut day, and it's always been good for me here in PA, but it is like 70 degrees, I think. Kyle is out hunting. We had to get heating fuel delivered today, so I couldn't hunt this morning, and anyway. Decided to just do the stream today rather than go out on a really warm day. Thursday looks good. Tomorrow's even warmer. There's a tiger. A 7, not bad. I don't know if he has a heart, but he has lungs. Can't hunt on Sundays. We have, other than, I think like crows, coyotes, maybe one other thing you can hunt Sundays. For game animals, we have 3 Sundays you can hunt. It'll be the 17th, I think, this year. That's the last Sunday in archery. And then it'll be the 24th for bear season. And then, like, December 1st, or no, the 31st, I guess, of November, will be the first Sunday in deer rifle. 3 Sundays in a row, and then that's it. It's odd. You know any good spots for blue sheep? Sure. So, honestly, you can get them, like, this whole ring of lakes here. You can get them this little ring of lakes. But as far as, like, hot spots, these 3, and really all the way down these small ones too, but these 3 I would say are the best, and then this one here. Got a 12 point in youth season? Nice, man. If you're in the Discord, make sure you post a picture of that. I'd love to see it. Have you ever shot a deer on a Sunday? I've killed a couple. The second Sunday ever you can hunt in PA, because even this 3 Sundays thing only started like, oh geez, 2020, I think. So I didn't kill one that year. I killed a doe on a Sunday in 2021 and last year. Or maybe it was 2022 and last year. It was. 2021, I only killed 2 deer. Lurkin sounds good, Gunhub. I appreciate you. Almost want to just roll over and take the loss to avoid any more injuries. Well, then they can't go 21-0 or whatever you have to do now. Can I post my buck? Sure, go for it. There's a IRL hunting and fishing section. Feel free to throw it in there. I'll even click on it so I can see what you guys post. Is there an art channel? There used to be, but we had like way too many channels of like, you know, basically channels for images. So we just combined it. Like general pictures would be art, would be real life photography, anything like that. Have you ever been to the Allegheny National Forest? I have. It's where I lived my whole life. I'm not terribly far from there, but I might be incorrect about this. The Allegheny Reservoir, Kinzu Lake, I think it's also called. Is that in the National Forest? Very alert looking cat. Stream time, what's up, Tyler? Do you want some chicken tiki marsala? I do indeed. You can hunt any day of the year in Nevada, especially coyotes in the fall. Ranchers pay to shoot them sometimes. Yeah, they're the only thing I can think of. I think it's them and crows. I think crows are really odd. Crows in Pennsylvania. I don't think you can hunt them in big game season, so you couldn't hunt them like right now. But that might be wrong. But I think it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday you can hunt crows. I have no idea why. I do not get that at all. It is okay. Then yeah, that's the last like specific time I can remember being out there, Coyote Brew. But I've probably been out there even other times since that I'm not immediately remembering. Nice, Togo. Specialized ducks in here as well. Welcome on in. Got year-round cougar and I believe also coyote. There could be an area where coyote's not year-round, but as far as I know, basically everywhere is, because they can be such, you know, a drain on, for one, pets. Nobody likes that. Farmers, you know, if they get into sheep or chickens or smaller animals. And then, like, the fawn population. They can just devastate it. You can hunt hogs year-round. That's true, yeah. Why do people hunt crows? I don't know. I mean, you'll hear the saying, eat crow, but I'm not aware of anyone that eats crows. They just seem like they wouldn't taste good. It just seems like it'd be kind of stringy and not good. Has anybody been answered that? Has anybody out here hunt crows? What's up, Travis? Coyotes are taking over my area in PA. I am seeing way more predators here too. We got a black coyote on camera. I'm not huge on trapping and stuff, but there's some bobcats around. I probably should run some traps this fall. I mean winter. It's fall. But I think we have at least 4 or 5 coyotes that are like regulars around here, and the bobcats. So I don't know if you're in the same area as me, but it does seem the coyote population just generally is going up. Crows normally pest control. Yeah, that makes sense. Slightly gamier chicken? You know, honestly, wouldn't be surprised. It's like, squirrel is the one that always gets me, because squirrel really tastes like chicken. Slightly gamier chicken, so maybe it's similar. I need help, I can't find a single tiger on my map. I don't know why, not even at their drinking zones or eating zones, I never get attacked by one. Do you know why? I mean, I have spent a lot of hours hunting in these areas where I just will find no tigers, and then sometimes I just stumble into them. I would say there's a decent chance you've got some drinking along your river. Like, we just killed one, I think right here, a little bit ago. If we continue on all the way down here during their drink time, I basically guarantee we'll find at least one more. But, you know, there's only 16 of them on the map, so they're really few and far between, and... Have you killed any tigers at all on your map? Because if you have, you can also get a thing where you'll have multiple drinking at one lake. As you, get respawns, they don't necessarily, like, I don't know, fill an open void as far as where zones are. I've had as many as 4 tigers, ow, has got hurt by a dead buffalo. I've had as many as 4 tigers drinking at one lake. Had gator and frog legs? I don't think I've ever had frog legs. I've had gator. What's up, Active Dragon? Good to see you, man. You're in South Central PA? I gotcha. We're not, like, terribly far apart then, but not quite the same region. What's up, Noah? Got my first white-tailed deer a couple days ago. Nice, man. What'd you get? Wild horses even have a short season, like literally 2 or 3 days. They can be herd managed in a sense to drive an elk out of the Ruby Mountains. I was not aware this was a thing. I believe it. Just wouldn't, like, if you asked me to name every big game animal in North America, I would not have even remembered wild horses are a thing. Wait, the hunter tips for higher rated trophies? I mean, the main thing is managing your herds, killing those 1-star matures. Basically, when you kill an animal, this might be straightforward, but it's removing its genes from the gene pool, and then the respawns are at least to some degree influenced by the average genes of everything else in the area. So you really want to continually be killing the lowest genetic potential animals around, and as you do that, the respawns are going to get better and better. I can't go this way, can I? Oops. I'm good, Biscuit. How about you? It's posted in there. Sounds good. I got distracted, didn't click in there. Nice, man. It's actually very similar to my first buck on the left side. His right side is better than mine. Firearm opener here in Minnesota this weekend. Hoping to get out, but I'm pretty sick with some bug right now. That's no fun. I mean, being out, especially if you're going to sit all day or whatever, like in the cold, it is tough when you're sick. Hopefully you can stick it out. Maybe you can get lucky and want to walk right by early on. Why did I do wrong? What? Should I do doe management? Oh, is that for Wave Hunter? Let me make sure that you're... I look at colors of names, not names. Okay, it is. No, does... You ideally don't want to shoot any does because killing does will actually result in a lower population. Kind of like real life. Pine County, Minnesota. Nice. I was Del from the game a couple days ago. I was with Laid Back. Oh, yeah, I remember you, man. I don't remember what map we were on because I've been on many maps recording a lot of videos, but I remember running into you. If you tell me what map, I'll remember it even more. A spike? Nice. Good eating for sure. I tried kangaroo jerky and it honestly wasn't spectacular. Same. We went to a like jerky shop in Breckenridge, Colorado. Got a bunch of different kinds. We had like Impala, kangaroo. I don't even remember the other ones, but I specifically remember kangaroo being like, that wasn't good. And I was disappointed. Speaking of sick, I have COVID. Lame. That's no fun. I haven't had COVID in a while. I'll probably get it when we go to get married here in a month, so that'll be great. But it seems to be less bad than it was, but it's still not fun. If it was the message about the 12-point Togo, I read it. How about Jason Kelsey smashing that troll's phone? The best part was he spiked his phone. I'm sure bricked it because that was a manly spike. That sucker was going fast. And then he just took his phone too. He's got an open beer and a case of beer in one hand. As far as I could tell, made that aggressive spike without spilling a drop, by the way. Buffalo's fantastic polecat. I've had it at the Cabela's like little restaurant thing when they used to have those open. And I think I've had it elsewhere too, and I mean just bison burgers, but better beef is how I describe it. Why are you streaming in storms? I don't have a storm. Won't be long, you're going to be harvesting your best trophy in the world and be a married man. It's going to be a month and a week, I guess 5 weeks from today. We have like a lot of stuff to get done between then and now. But I'm sure it'll all work out, and I think most of the important stuff's taken care of. It's just like details and stuff now. Do you prefer beef or venison? Venison 100%. We basically, like, as a family, and I don't mean like me, Kyla, and Shadow, although that too. But like, my dad, my brother, his wife, and their kid now, and then me, Kyla, and Shadow. My sister and her husband, like, kind of do this, but they don't hunt, like, nearly as much. So anyway, we basically don't buy beef. We ideally try to shoot 10 to 12 deer a year. Right now we're at 6. And that for the, how many people did I name? Mom, Dad. Like 7 of us? Will get us through about a year. I saw that, by the way, Urban. Thank you. Kyla might be here listening. I don't know. She's hunting right now. Operating an off-road dump truck. Job as $5. We see daily 6 points and higher. My dad used to, he did something kind of similar, like loading cool trucks and stuff. And it was like all the time they'd either have like an albino deer hanging around or, you know, big bucks that you would see at work just all the time. It's interesting they hang out in those sites because it's, you know, it's a ton of noise and stuff, but whatever instincts they have to be like, no, this is safe, I can live here. Is moose listed as venison? I don't know, I would think so. Are we gonna make it? I think so. I imagine you already talked about the crazy feedback, trivia, Call of the Wild uploaded, but what are your thoughts on some of the things? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Feedback trivia? 10 to 12 deer years wild, we go without a lot of years? It helps that there's, I guess, 5 of us that are basically trying to harvest those deer, so if on average we can get 2 per person, we're usually pretty good. We've had years where, you know, we get most of that done in archery. We've had years where it's mostly rifle, but I don't know, the last like 10 years, I think the least we've had is 8. And, you know, if, on those years, yeah, we're gonna buy some ground beef, we'll buy some steaks and stuff like that, but if we can get to like closer to 12, maybe like, you know, here and there for specific things we might buy beef, otherwise we don't buy any at all. Which, I won't go off on this tangent, especially given the time of year and what tomorrow is, but given all the things that are in like grocery store food, I am like more and more on the eat venison and have a garden train. Like, stuff just scares me. Anyway, what's up, Hunter Cash? Hey, K-Flow, good to see you. Moose would indeed be listed as venison because moose are part of the DF family, but interestingly, venison used to refer to meat harvested from absolutely any game animal. I didn't know that. I always just thought it was deer meat. That's kind of cool. Are tigers affected by hunting pressure? I would imagine. I assume if you delete a zone, like, so let's say a tiger drinks at this zone right here. If I were to kill 4 water buffalo here and delete that zone, he probably would move to somewhere else. Hey, Crystal, what's up? You excited for the classic Halloween event? Very, but I realized something terrifying today. It's not. It's only terrifying for me. So today's the 4th. I'm going to Indiana to hunt with Aaron for close to a week on the 14th. So if the Halloween event doesn't come out like really soon, because they said a week of Settlers and a week of White Rime, I'm going to be in Indiana for like the entire White Rime part. So I don't know. Hopefully they get it out like tomorrow or something. But that's the only thing. I'm probably not going to get to play a lot of the White Rime thing. Is your Leighton Lodge done? I still need a trophy wild boar, otherwise yes. Wait, we call the female elk moose and bison cows, so I was wondering if they were venison or beef in a sense. Oh, that was supposed to be a comma. Never mind. I'm with you now. No way it's in Settlers. The first week of Settlers, it's a rerun. It's funny, it's almost like they knew that I didn't tax like anything from Settlers. I got I got a web towel, and that's it. A reptile werewolf I got. That was the thing. I don't think I taxed any of the other like cool variants, so I actually need them. I'm excited for Settlers to be a thing. But now I'm like, am I going to do the same thing? Am I not going to get all the White Rime things taxed? I'll tax something this year. I'll at least, you know, a male of everything I'll tax. I don't care. Because I don't want to miss out again. But I'm not sure I'm going to get more than a day or two. Very good, Polecat. It was a, that arrow thing confused me, but it was just a typo. You try to get a mellow boar? Hey, I just had that one on Medved. You never know. Could happen. I went 5 years without killing a deer. I was, where'd that go? Also deep in my addiction, but you know, hey, you know, I guess like, the way I want to say that is, killing deer in general is hard. So if you have anything else going on, like, I totally understand why it would be much more difficult. Hello there. But yeah, like, I've only ever had 1 year where I didn't shoot a deer, but I've been very fortunate. Like, you know, my dad hobby farms, so there's a lot of draw for the deer to come onto that property and all that sort of stuff. I think, you know, hello. Based on my experience hunting public land, it would go a lot less good if I didn't have like my dad's land to hunt. Eating chili, the meat is the doe I shot. Nice. Nothing more rewarding than that, and nothing will make you want to get out and you know, harvest another deer than having like deer chili. Or man, Dad did backstrap the other night, and that was my exact comment. Like, that'll get you back out in the stand when it's cold. Thinking of buying Call of the Wild. What should I buy first? Meaning what DLC? Still can't get the heart. I don't know, the 300 AR is a pretty darn good option, so I'd maybe go with that. I'm kind of surprised she heard that. A very particular set of skills. Have you seen the player survey? I'm aware of it. I went to do it the other day and I couldn't find it. But yeah, I saw that it was a thing. I know some of the questions because people have mentioned them, but I actually haven't done it myself. Got trolled out of a super rare must-do. That's just not fair, man. Still gonna look really good in the lodge, and hey, like I always say with super rare trolls, it was just a big level 2. Don't just pretend it wasn't a 3 and it'll all be good. What do you think of the vegan teacher? I've only seen like some stuff on her. She's got some interesting opinions. Close. But 3 tigers in the first 25 minutes is actually, well, for one, like, better than we do snow leopard hunting the entire stream, but also more than I thought we'd get. What's up, Shadow Hunter? Good to see you. There's a piebald. Ah, the best looking one, too. Probably the least rare one. If there's any silver lining, not that that's really much of a silver lining, but they do look really good. I'm a closet vegan. Yeah, that's actually why I hunt deer. Because my thought is, why bother, you know, going out and, you know, I gotta eat like an entire head of lettuce for dinner? I'll just let the deer do all that, and then I just eat the venison. And like, it's like ultra processed grasses. It's great. I'm like ultra vegan, actually. What's up, Owen? How about them Steelers? Hey, they won their bye week, right? Because the Texans lost. Steelers the 2 seed. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Big Z. Glad to be in any way helpful there. They're all right, but they got to get through the Chiefs to face the Lions in the Super Bowl. The Lions sure feel like the anointed team out of the NFC. Watching you from the stand, nice. I wish I was in the stand tonight, but hopefully you got better weather than we have here. It's just warm, and the deer were moving Saturday. I imagine they're moving to some degree today, but maybe if it's a little cooler, they'll move a little better. Been subscribed for 5 years. That's a long time, dude. We're going to be in May. The channel is going to be like officially 10 years old. Technically, it's over 10 already, but I did like 3 videos and then stopped for most of a year. So I don't really count that time period. Bills can clinch the division by week 11. Does that require the Dolphins and Jets to keep losing? I guess it would. My buddy missed 3 does the same day. Hey, it can happen. Like, hunting and I guess more specifically like shooting is such a confidence game. One bad thinking on the next one, and then you miss that one or make a bad shot, and either way. And then pretty soon you go from like whatever your process is, like sight picture, aim point, trigger control, breath control, all that kind of stuff, to like, oh man, I missed last time. I hit way left. I'm gonna hold a little bit right, and then you just miss again. Like, I totally understand how it happens. Should do the Tyla dance. What is that? You gonna make a 10-year vid? I have plans for a couple of 10-year things. I'd like to do. I don't know if maybe I won't tell you all the ideas, but I'd like to do at least a couple of top 10s. Maybe like top 10 diamonds. Probably top 10 classic kills, because classic really was what started the channel. Maybe top 10 real life kills, because I don't know how many deer I've shot on film, 13 or so. So it will be most of them, but you know, there's some that get left out. And then I'll probably do some other stuff, but that's my main thing, is some top 10 ideas for 10 years. What's up, Mr. Biffin? But he missed a bear this morning with a bow? Dang, that sucks. Better than a marginal hit, though, because there is nothing more terrifying than a bear that's not happy with you. I've heard of lung shot bears with, like, weaker caliber guns that just don't do enough damage to kill them right away. Like, the guy's tracking it, and he goes and goes and goes and comes back, and he's on the same blood he initially found it, meaning the bear's now tracking him. Terrifying. 10 sound bites, 7 yards short, the per. Are there 10? There probably are. Does a Webtal count from earlier? Got a black bobcat. Ooh, that's cool. Top 10 most intense hunts. That would take some thinking to go through, but I'm sure there's some good ones. The snow leopard would be on there. At least the great one whitetail. Would my 200 in classic count? It was kind of intense. What map we're on Sundarpatan today? Chasing tigers. We're going to get to the end of tiger drink time here in just a second. I'm actually going to let the time go through. We'll shoot some nilgai, other stuff like that. And then I think we'll reset back to tiger drink time a little bit later on. 1,000 coyote, that's a good one. Oh yeah, the super rare moose as well. Top 10 T-Rex soundbite reactions. Most of them are like when I'm taking a drink and I'm just like attempting to not spit all over my monitor. What's up, Dip30? So what are you doing when the Halloween event's not going on? Are you just like, do you have like itchy trigger finger syndrome? What's up, Forrest? Do you use a GoPro for your IRL hunts? So I've got a main camera, it's a Sony FDR AX700. It's like a $2,000 camera, which the only reason I say that is to, I guess, make the point that you can do it for way cheaper, but that's the one that I ended up going with. And then I have a GoPro for the second angle. So like if you watch one of my real life hunting videos and you see me doing anything other than talking to the camera, that's filmed with the GoPro. Well, most of it. Do that for like a New Year's special. You know, I was supposed to do a lodge tour now that I killed my diamond snow leopard, but it's November, so do I like wait till New Year's for that, or do I do that sooner? 2 mythicals today. There's big males on this map. Anyway, do I do that sooner and do the New Year's thing at what you just mentioned? I kind of like that idea. Me too, buddy. I'm also tired. Take a nap. Is yellow blue sheep rare? It's like an uncommon, kind of. I don't even know if it's really uncommon, but it's one of the normal furs. Let's say it that way. Can you film in 4K? I do film in 4K, but I actually upload in 1080, which is lame. But the reason why is I found this out. Well, I ran into it last year with one of my brother's videos, and then I figured out the problem this year. For some reason, Sony Vegas hates 4K, I guess, and if you try to render in 4K, you'll get issues with the transitions like flashing and just weird stuff. So anyway, for some reason you can render 4K footage in 1080 and it doesn't do that. So it's still more crisp and clear, and if I need to zoom in on stuff, that makes it look a little bit better. Like it's 4K footage but zoomed in to 1080, so it doesn't lose that quality in a sense. But yeah, film in 4K, don't upload in 4K. Is the super rare on multiplayer rare? Yes. Telling a tiger to take a nap as you permanently shush it is quite amusing. it'll you know, it's easy to make little snide remarks like that when they're not attacking me, but when they are attacking me, I'm a little less brave. I like Vegas Suit. I find it to be, you know, really useful for what I do and stuff like that, but that particular thing, rendering in 4K, I might need to look into Premiere. So we killed 4 tigers just along the river. That was a good deal. The reason I ask is you can film in, like, log and then color correct in edits. I don't do much color correcting. I have done some in the past, and it does look good, but I'm just not good at that kind of stuff. I overdo it, as you well know, actually. Way the Hunter camera settings. So I typically don't mess with color correction stuff, but I don't know what the log part means. I have a pet raccoon named Rocket. Don't let whoever killed the guy's squirrel find out. My Wells catfish? God, I forgot about that. There you go, Clark's got it. What's your dream fishing trip? Good question. Alaska mountains, I think, fly fishing? Or if I could just go Alaska generally, I'd want to fly fish in the mountains, like, for trout and stuff like that, and then maybe do some salmon fishing as well. Got attacked by 2 tigers in like 3 minutes? That's probably I can't think of any that have had attack me that fast. That would be pretty scary. How's bass fishing at BA? It's not bad. You know, river smallies are really good in a couple of different places. I actually have like half of a video filmed fly fishing for river smallies. I guess, you know, at this point, I'll probably just film the second half this coming spring or summer. So, I have no idea how I'm going to edit that, but I enjoy that kind of stuff. You know, as with probably any state, farm ponds are awesome for bass. You want a sturgeon fish on the Columbia River? Can I go sturgeon spearing with DD33? Isn't that his big thing? Is it spearing or bow fishing? I think it's spearing. Sounds like I'm snort wheezing to a buck. Timmy area? What's that? What's up, A-Ray? I do still plan to do a 24-hour stream for Halloween. I just hope my internet holds up. I know the feeling. What's the typo? Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not super familiar with that area. And back down. First barasingha was an albino level 4. Nice. Did I even kill that? I saw an albino female in multiplayer. And I feel like for some reason I didn't shoot it. Maybe I was tracking a tiger or something. But that's the only albino I've seen. They seem to be quite rare. There's no full screen option, Mark? I will look into that. If you're still here in like an hour and a half, because I will forget, I'm not going to lie to you. But if you're still here, when we switch to the Angler, remind me and I'll take a look. The one thing I'm thinking of, so with most games, Alt-Enter will switch you between windowed mode and full screen mode, and I wonder if you could kind of force a full screen thing like that. You have a mellow bazinga, but it's a small lad. I've got a piebald and like 2 or 3 leucistics, I think. What's up, Freddy? Forgot we were going live today. It just left a multiplayer server that had animals in the wrong place. Oh? How so? Have you got any diamonds on Japan? Not yet. I came close with chum salmon. Timing, I was still like 20 pounds under. There was another one, I think. Oh, but they changed how their weights are. I had a koi that was within a pound of diamond, but for some reason they were diamond at 6 pounds, and now it's like 18. F11 will put you in full screen. There you go. Another option there. No matter which hunting game I play, I treat it as though I'm legitimately out there hunting because it is as close as I will ever get, which is the main reason I don't like the grinding style play. I get you. I definitely play all the hunting games a little bit differently. Like Classic, for the most part, I treat it like I'm out there hunting. I'd say Call of the Wild, I'm like 50-50. Like in real life, I'm not running around hunting, but I try to shoot semi-realistically and all that kind of stuff. I prefer not to grind, obviously. You know, everyone has seen my snow leopard struggles and stuff like that, but there are things that it just seems like that's the best way to go. So I guess I'm willing to do it, but I prefer to not do it. Do you have moose zones on every piece of water in Medved? Probably not every piece of water, a lot of them. What's the best way to get deer to daylight? I might be the wrong person to ask. I mean, outside of like, you know, if you're in a state where baiting is legal, obviously that's something to look into. That's probably the, because, you know, deer are slaves to their stomach is what you'll always hear. A really well placed and strategically freshened mock scrape can be really good. If you find a territorial buck, you know, getting a mock scrape in place and then freshening it in daylight, giving him the thought that he has to be there in daylight to run whatever buck out of there, that can work. You know, getting close to bedding and rattling. Again, if it's a territorial aggressive buck, you can get him up that way, but a lot of it's luck, you know. Hours in the stand. He probably will daylight one day, maybe a couple days, but being there at the right time is the biggest thing. My rarest was level 3 piebald whitetail, but he magically floated and maybe missed his lungs when I shot him and it ruined because I hit the neck. Oh, that sucks. I know exactly what you're talking about with magically floated too. That's the one thing that's like kind of unpredictable with shots in this game. You can do everything in your power to, you know, take a good close range shot, line it up right, but sometimes things get glitchy and there's not a lot of ways around that. Would you rather only play Sundarpatan or only play Reventuli? Good question. I'd say Sundarpatan because, like, in the reality that I can only play one of them, I'm going to assume the other one doesn't exist, so I'm not missing it. Being able to hunt snow leopards and, like, that being a rare thing, tigers being relatively rare and hard to get, I think that'd be my preference. Let's just make it barasingha drink time, actually. I changed my mind. I'm not as interested in nilgai. I do want a piebald nilgai. Alright, we'll hunt nilgai. I'm a persuasive arguer. What's up, Joe? Good to see you, man. A decent buck on cam and about 10 does, but they're only there between 8 p.m. and 3 a.m. I mean, I have to think one of those does is going to go into heat. And that buck's going to be on his feet looking for him, but, you know, again, it's picking the right stand, being there at the right time is so difficult. Whoa. Not what I wanted. No diamond spot for Dace? Oh. Dace sounds like a good idea. That's terrible, sorry. Anyway, maybe we can do that. Are there barasingha up there? I'm not sure. Are you hunting, JTAC? What time is it for you right now? It is 3:40 p.m. Flinter has absolutely 0 haters. I've definitely had a few over the years. There was the soft hands guy. I don't know what that dude's deal was, but it was like July, and this guy was commenting like, "You have soft hands. I had spent 100 hours in the stand this week," and I was like, "Okay, I can hunt groundhogs this time of year, so sorry I'm not out." And there was a guy that really was convinced I hacked in my Great One Whitetail back in the day. Those are the two that stand out. Gonna hunt tigers at night anytime soon? We'll probably chase nilgai and maybe a little bit of barasingha here in 30 minutes. I'd say we'll reset back to tiger drink time again. Oh, you're asking about a video probably, huh? I don't know, maybe. The biggest thing is, so like in order to do a video of hunting tigers at night, in my mind at least, I gotta kill 4 or 5. And because of the respawn thing and the fact that if I'm really hunting them at night, I don't want to hunt them in their drink time. That kills the fun. It's probably a really long video to record, and that's a challenging thing to do this time of year when I'm trying to spend as much time in the stand as possible, but we'll see. You know, heck, I could go out tomorrow morning and kill a buck, and then I'm like, yeah, I got all times of time. Yeah, that's what I meant. All kinds of time to do that. I know, Hawkeye. Feels like Florida out here? Good lord. Well, it's good they're out already, man. That's a good sign. How do I find better animals of all kinds? The biggest thing I always recommend is hunting during drink times. Right now, we're looking for nilgai, so it's nilgai drink time. They drink from 8 to 12. And we're just going to go to the lakes that tend to be the best for them. So, like, we're going to check up here, all of these sorts of lakes, and hopefully we can just, you know, run into something good for them. It's, I guess the best way to say it is, it's efficiency, because you're seeing as many of that species as possible in as short a period of time as possible. Later, Big Z. Good to see you again, man. Yeah, that's basically what they're saying, Mel. What Soup said there. My hands are calloused and stuff from lifting weights. Yeah, mine too from, I mean, woo-wee. When was a piebald cinnamon teal rare? I don't think piebald cinnamon teal were ever rare. Melanistic have always been extremely rare, and they basically look the same as piebald, so it's almost impossible to tell. What's the next great one you want to see? Still mule deer. I still think mule deer great one would be epic. I don't know if it would really be the next one, with the sense of, I would expect it to be a base game animal at this stage, because the most recent one was a non-base game animal, and what they probably don't want is to be accused of like, the game's pay to play now, I can't even hunt a great one unless I buy their stupid DLC map, or, you know, the kind of stuff people will say. So, I assume they'll go base game again, and then maybe the one after that could be mule deer. That would be my hope. What's up, Swag? Stream's going good, killed 4 tigers already, 2 mythicals, a 7 and a female, so actually 3 for 4 being male is pretty darn good. Now we're chasing nilgai, we're gonna get after them, maybe some barasingha, and then back around the tigers. Hopefully, like, because I don't know when this was. August, maybe? They had an update that basically made it so tiger respawns are delayed. It would kind of be a waste of time, in a sense, to go and hunt tigers again immediately, because I don't think the respawns will have happened yet. If we give them some time and then go after them again, we should get the respawns. Haven't bought Sundarpatan yet? I would think here, Black Friday doesn't Call of the Wild usually go on sale. That's maybe a good time to get it since it's a more expensive map. What do you like the most, Call of the Wild or Classic? It's a tough question to answer because, like, I play way more Call of the Wild these days. Although it's closer than maybe even I would think. Like, if I go to my Steam here, in the last 2 weeks, I have 20 hours in Classic, 24 in Call of the Wild. And that's low for me, for both, but I've been hunting in real life like nuts, so that's mostly why. But yeah, I play a little bit more Call of the Wild even, let's say. I like the concept and like the hunting style and the realism of Classic far more. I also like the opportunities, the species variety, the graphics in Call of the Wild more. So like, there's things I like about both, but I guess on the whole, probably Call of the Wild just edges it out. Oi, that was dumb. I should have looked. When's the next map dropping? Good question. I have heard nothing to indicate that we're going to get a map here at the end of the year. Maybe it'll still happen, but I do feel like we'd be hearing some hints right about now. For like 6 years there, every single year was 2 maps per year, one in June, one in late November. Last year we only got one in June. 2024 we've already got a June map, so I guess we'll see, but I've heard literally nothing. Was wondering if you had some tricks to catch some diamond trophies. Just to clarify, since we're playing both games today, are we talking about theAngler or talking about Call of the Wild? Talking about the Hunter Call of the Wild. The problem with the games having the same name. What are you guys talking about? Jeez. Need a Florida map? I actually think Florida would be good. We have 3 of the 4 turkey subspecies that are needed for the Grand Slam. I would have so much fun trying to get an entire Grand Slam turkey multi-mount in one video, if they did like, you know, a turkey Grand Slam with all 4. And there's some other stuff they could throw in Florida too that'd be a lot of fun. Jose, thank you for subscribing, by the way. I ain't reading that out loud. We've had high temperatures here lately, and that definitely doesn't help. Nah, I get it, man. This has maybe been the weirdest hunting season weather I can ever remember. We had a major cold front like October 14th, 15th, and then we had another one. When was that? Like maybe the 22nd or something? And then November, it's like, yes, 74 degrees today. Oh, good. That's what I want to hunt in. What's up, B-Chef? Good to see you, man. Caught a diamond golden trout. Nice. Been a while since I've had one of those. Snowing down here in North Idaho? I don't want to sound ungrateful, but I would take snow. Gonna be hunting in my dang underwear this year. Bring some bug spray, because if it's warm enough to hunt with short sleeves on and stuff, it is warm enough for the mosquitoes, and I hate that. That might be the worst part about hunting in the heat. It might even be less like, you know, the fact that there's less deer movement and, you know, you sweat walking to your stand because you gotta wear some degree of camo and stuff. The mosquitoes just make it so not fun. We need an Alaska map in theAngler? I'm with you. You know, what they could do with like mountain streams and all that kind of stuff and just salmon and a little bit of offshore fishing, like they could really make the perfect little introduction into saltwater fishing with Alaska. Scale of 1 to 10, how happy are you that the political ads are coming to an end? Okay, I'm going to shock you guys a little bit. There's a degree of positives of political ads for me because they advertise a lot on my YouTube channel. So like, obviously, this time of year, the channel does a little bit better. So like, you know, obviously that side of it's a positive, but am I sick and tired of seeing them? Yeah. Because it's the same like 4 over and over again. Even if they were like different, it would be at least a little more tolerable. Deep sea flounder fishing. You talking about me? Is Hunter Classic more realistic than Call of the Wild? I wouldn't say it's more realistic looking because the game is 15 years old, but like as far as hunting strategy, all that sort of stuff, I would say everyone agrees it's more realistic, like gameplay wise, let's say. That looks big. It is not. Nice. Surprised you don't have YouTube Premium? Are you asking me that? Because I do. I see him on TV and stuff too. What's up, Wyatt? Is a 508 scoring Rocky Mountain elk good? That's very, very good. I think they get to like 516 or so, but anything over 500 is pretty solid. I never thought of them helping creators out. Glad you can benefit from it. Yeah, somebody, I won't even name the candidate because there's no point, but somebody said like, oh, ew, I got an ad from whoever on my channel, like for one of my videos. And I said, but it's kind of funny, right? They're paying me to advertise. So yeah, there's that little benefit, but otherwise, yeah, I'm about sick and tired of it. I'm gonna be happy when tomorrow's over, although who knows, maybe it'll go for longer. And we just, whatever happens, at least we'll know what's gonna happen. YouTube Premium? Oh, so that's how the other half lives? Other half? What does that mean? That looks big. It is not real. Watching football and every ad break is just political ads? I sat here yesterday. I recorded 2 videos because I didn't have a video for yesterday. That was the Rancho Coyote hunt. I was watching a little bit of football as I recorded that. And then I prepped a video for when I'm going to Indiana. What did I do? I hunted Barasingha. More football watching on the side. And yeah, literally every time they would cut the commercial break, it's like political ad from the same candidate, political ad from the other candidate. Just like back to back to back. Other half means you rich, sir? Yes, definitely rich. Our last cold front was a week before bow season. That about figures. At least I can, to some degree, ignore that, Clark, though. Do you have any tips for a moose great one grind? So I did mine on Medved, and I had a really hard time with it. I just, like, I couldn't get consistent kills. I wasn't killing that many. I really wasn't killing very many diamonds. And what I ultimately did was, after, I don't know, 5,000, 6,000 kills, I just said, okay. I've been, to some degree, trying to do, like, a little bit of herd management. Like, hey, there's a level 2, I'm not going to kill that one. Light management's another name for, like, that style of it without stacking and all that kind of thing. But anyway, I just said, like, enough of that. What lakes give me consistent respawns every time? Every time I go there, I kill a moose, a new one shows up. I had about 6 lakes that did that. I grinded them for, like, maybe 100 kills, like, one day. Great one moose. So what I'm saying is, find your consistent spots and narrow in on those. It's your hacks, Billy, that's why. My favorite is when one ad says one thing and the next ad says the exact opposite. Yeah, it's like just back and forth. What did they call it back in the day? Mudslinging. Saw a buck in the day, so rut must be in. It felt like for a good week and a half there, I was seeing young bucks, like, you know, chasing does, making scrapes, all that kind of stuff. I actually, in this upcoming video, and I think it's the buck my dad killed because it's the right area and it was a mature buck, I heard maybe the best grunt audio I've ever, and I captured it on video, which was really cool. Never saw the buck, unfortunately, but like a really solid grunt, and I'm like, man, it's happening. And still for a week, I didn't see any mature bucks in daylight. But then Saturday, I called in a good one, Dad shot that nice one. We're in the thick of it right now. Do you usually do the missions in-game? I actually thought about doing the missions for Sundarpatan today, in fact. Usually when a new map comes out, I wait 2 or 3 weeks and I do the missions. The last couple of maps, I've just been told the missions aren't that good, so I haven't done them. But yeah, going back to, I'm gonna say like Reventuli Coast is the last map I did missions on. Prior to that, I used to always do them. In the thick of it. Don't threaten me with a good time, Snoop. Is it rare to get a diamond piebald cinnamon teal? Because that was my first diamond. Is rare, yes. I have 2 of them. And I don't say that to be like, yeah, you're not as good as me. I say that to be like, you can find them. They're not that absurdly rare. But I have a lot of diamond cinnamon teal and I only have 2 piebald ones, so it's certainly still a rare thing to get. I hope that answered your question. I feel like that was a mess. Where am I going? Okay. Revenue to the Coast was the map missions died on and became no longer worth doing. I kind of agree. Like, what even? So Reventuli was 2021? Or 2? maybe 22, because New England was the December map. Their missions were, like the whole thing with Doc and his son, I think, was a neat idea. 23 then would have been Emerald Coast. Their mission sucked from what I hear, and then, yeah, Sundarpatan, so. Haven't had anything real great. The Sundarpatan ones have a neat little thing going on there from what I hear, but I actually haven't done them. How many tigers did you kill to get a diamond? I would say like within 30 I got a diamond. And then I killed 1 or 2 more in single player, and I've killed a fair few in multiplayer. They're not extremely hard to get, but I don't know, they're a decently tough diamond, I guess. Emerald Coast had a Bantang mission, so it's 10 out of 10. You're a Bantang mission. Are you still doing your Bantang grind, by the way? I saw somebody that shot an albino diamond, and, like, I understand the Bantang grinders now, because that thing looked incredible. If you don't mind me asking, Zachary, what state is that? Just for my own morbid curiosity. Southeast Ohio ruts on? Gotta be some big males moving down there. One of these days I'll hunt Ohio. My cousin who, he's like 50. My whole family's like, everyone's way older than me. Like I have cousins that are 40, 50, like stuff like that. Anyway. I started bow hunting when I was like 14. And it was so weird how it worked out, because I happened to tell him, like, yeah, I'm looking to get a bow. I don't have one yet. I want to get a used one because I'm 14. I don't have a lot of money. And then he went to a yard sale and he found a bow like a couple weeks later, and he called me like, hey, there's a bow down here if you want to check it out. It's 75 bucks. I went and bought it. The sticker is still inside my bow case that I still use. That bow case was worth 75 bucks, by the way. $75 firm. Something, 60 to 75 pound pull. Anyway. I bought that bow, and then that got him thinking, and he also got a bow and got into bow hunting. So, anyway, he hunts Ohio because I think he works out there, lives there part-time, then lives here in PA like the rest of the time. But there's some public land that he says, like, is pretty good, and he said I can hunt it, you know, not like a here's a spot but don't hunt it type of thing. If I ever kill a buck here really early, I'm hunting Ohio. But I never kill a buck here early, so it never happens. Got way too many diamond and bean tang when I first got on Emerald Coast. I actually don't have that many. I've got like 3 or 4. It just isn't something I've hunted that many of. Alabama, gotcha. I figured you must have been somewhere south. What's up, Purple? Getting back into Call of the Wild and wanted to know if there were any major updates that have happened in the past year or two. I'd say Sundarpatan is the biggest one. Tigers and snow leopards, being able to hunt them, that's just obviously like kind of a bridge that the Hunter Call of the Wild hadn't or wouldn't cross in the past. The other thing is, if you've done much grinding, slight kind of changes to like respawns and stuff like that. Most people say grinding is largely the same, but I also see people saying like respawns just aren't quite the same as they used to be. I haven't done any grinding since then, so I can't really speak on it, but I've seen people say both. Got my biggest buck last December, first week of the rut. Nice. Have you ever seen any type of rare or deformed animal? Like in real life? Well, I guess shortly. I mean, I've seen albino deer, seen piebald deer, but they weren't like shocking to me. It wasn't like a, what was that thing? It was like a, hey, that's a white deer or whatever. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that like really shocked me. I thought a couple of weeks ago I filmed a squirrel carry a baby squirrel up a tree and throw it in the nest, only for a gray fox to come running through just like minutes later. I thought that squirrel had like a huge tumor on its neck. I didn't realize it was carrying another squirrel. That sort of shocked me until I realized that's not what it was. What changed about respawns? So, in theory, nothing. The change was that, I'm sure you're aware with grinders that, you know, you would like shoot your animals, go collect them, exit the main menu, go back in. Main menuing doesn't, how did Jaxy say it? It doesn't force respawns anymore or something like that, because it, I guess, he said it like never did to begin with, it was a placebo or something. I don't really understand that. But what main menuing used to do and still does is removes the nervous status. Because sometimes you'll spook an animal, they go nervous, you reset the time, they're still nervous, they don't move to the zone they're supposed to be in. So I guess the change could be that since main menuing doesn't force the respawns, maybe you don't get them back in their zones as quickly or whatever. I don't really know for that. Like I said, I haven't grinded much, but I hear people say, yeah, it's the exact same as it used to be. I hear people say it's not. Pizza Art, thank you for subscribing, by the way. Welcome on in. I shot a leucistic Canada Goose, and it was a troll level 5. Out of curiosity. So there's light gray leucistic and there's bald leucistic. Both are absurdly rare. So, like, that's an awesome trophy. It sucks at a troll, but still a big gold one is awesome. Do you know which one it was? New DLCs, what I would get is the high caliber weapon pack. This is a 300 AR. So, you know, the mere ability to have, you know, the power of the 300 Canning Magnum, the gun from Yukon Valley, but that can do this. That's pretty nuts. Also, the new scopes, you might have noticed, I have a 4-12 scope with duplex reticles. You can customize your reticles in your scope now. The duplex reticle is free. You don't have to buy the DLC for that. The Odin scope, though, that I have on here, you do. But you can also customize the Hyperion if you're happy with that. Change the reticle if you'd like. The darker one? The like, speckled neck? That's, like, the best rare goose. So, like, still really cool, I guess. Is Spirit Brown Bear rare? It's uncommon. Would you walk to California if there was a 200-inch whitetail waiting for you there? I'm way overanalyzing this. In my head, I'm going like, well, if I know it's there, I'd, like... What if I had a trail camera picture of a 200 I know it's there? Then yes, I guess I would. Do I, like, am I guaranteed survival, or, like, is it just like I have to physically put in the effort, but I'm gonna make it there? Or is there a chance I die? I got you, Polecat. Yeah, you know, same thing. Somebody mentioned a super rare troll earlier. You just pretend it was a big 4 and move on with your day. How's the pupper? She's doing good. She's laying here beside me. She's been, you know, back and forth to my parents so many times because we've been hunting like crazy. So I'm sure she's enjoying the fact that you got to stay here today. She's also probably happy since Kyla went out hunting. Since I'm still here, she doesn't have to be in her kennel. She hates that thing, and it's not as if she's not in it a lot. You know, anytime we go hunting, if we gotta, you know, go get groceries or whatever, she spends a fair bit of time in her kennel, but it just terrifies her. She hates it. I don't know how to solve that. She's gonna be 3 years old in 6 days. Not 3 years since we've had her. Like, her literal birthday's in 6 days. And she just can't deal with being in the kennel. She has, like, horrible separation anxiety. The only good thing is, she gets along pretty good with my dad. Like, if Kyle and I go hunting, but Dad stays home because he just killed that buck, so he's going to do more of that, she's fine. If Kyle and I go hunting and my mom stays home, she's like a panicked mess. It's such an odd thing. No worries, Purple. I'm glad to help. I know what it is, Polecat. I can tell you. What's up, Eden? Goal for today is just to get something good. We've killed 4 tigers, which I'm pretty happy with. Run around chasing some nilgai for a little bit. We're probably going to rest tiger drink time in 10 minutes. Do a little more hunting then. What's deer meat taste like? I mean, it's very similar to beef. I don't know how to... Like, if you shoot a mountain buck, it's a lot gamier. If you shoot a buck that at least has a fair percentage of its diet on agricultural land, corn, hay, oats, whatever, beans, really similar to beef. Like a leaner beef, I guess. Is your second favorite the widgeon, Mel? Do you have any rares? Just a few over the years. Did they decrease diamond spawn the past couple years? I haven't played much the past 2 years, and it feels that way. Not that I know of. I do think, like, certain maps, you'll have a lot of below max level diamonds. Trying to think of a good example of that. Like, new species specifically. Sundarpatan kinda is. You can get mythical diamond tigers. I think you can get mythical diamond snow leopards. Mel said you can. Level 4 diamond nilgai definitely are a thing. Some maps have more of that than others, but I do think they've made more of an effort to make diamonds a little harder to get as other maps have come out, but I don't think they decreased diamond spawn rates. I know that those two statements don't necessarily sound incompatible, but I just think they've made it, you know, as they've added new species, maybe they're a little more tough to get diamonds, but I don't know. A diamond whitetail is as common or rare as it's always been. Did I miss the heart on that? Subway sounds pretty good, Dustin. Not gonna lie. My dad, it was like, I think it was the night before he killed his buck. We came back home and he had made dinner and he's like, I'm not eating. And it's like, why? He's like, I had a 6-inch hoagie that I just brought to the stand with me. I'm like, man, what a vibe. Just go hunt during the rut. Just got a hoagie to sit there. He has a little box stand that he shot that buck out of. Steelers Super Bowl? Hey, I feel like there's at least an actual glimmer of hope for that for the first time since like 2018. Currently fishing for snakehead? Nice. We'll be in the angler in about an hour. Oh good, we're dropping frames. That was inevitable to happen today. Let's see if I turn things down just a smidge here. Try to bring her back around. Looks like it's trying to recover on its own anyway. Finally committing to a great one whitetail. I shot around 200 bucks the past couple days and killed 2 diamonds. Sounds like a good start. Oh, went all the way to 0. That wasn't good. Did it restart? Not yet. It's out here struggling though. My codex says I don't have a great one. Okay, so I don't know if it was only bears, but I know Kyla noticed it with bears. If you would shoot a great one bear and then not shoot anything else and go straight to your trophy lodge, for some reason it didn't count in your stats. I don't know why, but that was the thing. I'm guessing your moose maybe had the same issue. Going rifle hunting? That's the plan. So our rifle season starts, I think it's the Saturday after Thanksgiving. I think that's the 30th. We're going to Colorado because Kyle and I are getting married out there on the 8th. Yeah. Maybe it's the 31st it starts then. Regardless. So I'm only going to get a week of rifle season this year. I'd really like to kill one more deer with a bow. I got that one on the opener here. It just, you know, if I could get one more with the bow, I'd feel way better about like the rest of my season, but even, I've killed 4 deer with a gun before. I feel like I need to get 2 with a gun, maybe 3, to really be like good on venison for the next year. Very achievable in a week, but we shall see. Your absurd luck started with the diamond snowy. It really did, and like, I guess, you know, a diamond coyote yesterday was meh, but and by the way, somebody pointed this out in the comments, and I didn't even make the connection. Like, I was watching what was the 1 o'clock game I watched? Was that Giants and Commanders? I think so, yeah. So I was watching football, wasn't really paying any attention. I guess somebody saw a legendary coyote, and I saw that in the chat, but I thought he killed it. And like 45 minutes later, or however long it was, I killed a diamond coyote. And I guess in the editing, it was, guy says he sees a diamond coyote, and then I find a maxway track and kill a diamond coyote. I was watching football. I didn't realize that that's apparently what happened, but he either killed it and there was another one, or he didn't kill it and I tripped over and strack. But I didn't even realize or make the connection that that guy had seen a legendary coyote. Anyway, back to the point here. I don't know if my luck's officially, you know, stopping now, because for a couple of weeks there, it was like, I need this. I need a diamond snow leopard. Gets one. I need a trophy coyote for my latent trophy cabin. Gets one. Specifically, I want a rare capercaillie. I even wanted a leucistic more than the pale. Thought a leucistic capercaillie. That can't continue forever, but it was like dumb amounts of luck. How long does South Carolina rifle go, Eden? You're a diamond coyote, thank you. Okay, let's kill some barasingha because we're gonna run out of time here to do all the things I want to do. Have you ran into any modded maps? Not modded maps for a while. Speed hackers, aplenty. Ran into one yesterday on Rancho. I couldn't get host for the life of me either. Like, I just wanted to kick him. People kept leaving, but I couldn't get host. So he just kept on running around. I think he eventually left. Need a super rare now for 2024? It's been, I think, like 3 years since I've killed one. I want to say my Gray Fox was the last one, or maybe a Piebald Diamond Axis Deer at some point. There was a long period of time there where I'd get one per year, but that period of time seems to be long gone. From mid-September till January, that's insane. Like, that's so long. But I know you guys have an insane amount of deer. Alabama rifles, November 23rd to February 10th. That's pretty long as well. Ours is 2 weeks. It's always the Saturday after Thanksgiving. To like the end of the Saturday 2 weeks later. Not counting the second Sunday, but the first Sunday you can hunt. It's, I don't know. Whoever comes up with our seasons has an interesting thought process. Roosevelt elk drink time is 4 to 8. I'm sure I'm beating a dead horse here, but I wish they would add servers to Xbox I could actually scroll through. I don't understand why they don't have it. The only thing I can possibly think is maybe in order to have a multiplayer game on Xbox, you have to use Microsoft's matchmaking system. Otherwise, because PlayStation has it, so it's not a console thing. Otherwise, I don't understand why they would force that upon you. But like, I'm totally with you. The Call of the Wild experience in multiplayer is so much better when you can at least know what time you're getting into a server with. Like, if I want to go and hunt tigers, since we're doing that today, I'm not that interested in a Sundarpatan server that's 1400. I want one that's 5 AM. At least being able to choose that would be nice. What if you get a super rare on that New Year's stream? I certainly wouldn't complain if that happened. I'm not 100% sure we'll be here for New Year's. I don't know if we're going to Georgia for New Year's or not. Hashtag third week of PA rifle needed? I don't know, like... The Orange Army probably gets enough done in those 2 weeks, but there are years where I could use the third week. Last year would have been one of those years. You joined my server? What server? Most of the deer are taken between December and January. That makes sense to me. Like, a lot of people are probably filling their tags and they're, done going out for the year, and then also, like, some of that movement starts to change going into February. Call that a New Year special? There you go. Brr. Bow season starts in August, rifle starts in September. My dad's already gotten 2 since rifle. Not bad. In PA, what animals are considered vermin or have no season, or is it just deer with a season? Asking from the UK. Coyotes. They might be, are they the only ones? I guess crows to a degree are kind of like a pest thing, like Mel said earlier. Groundhogs, kind of. I don't think they have any season, but I'm pretty sure you can't hunt them in, like, during deer season. You can't be groundhog hunting. Boy, there's probably others if I think long enough, but those are the ones that immediately come to mind. Saw my tragic buck yesterday. He grew to a 10 point since last year. I'm assuming maybe you missed him or something last year. Is that why he's a tragic buck? Oh, your Discord server. That makes sense. Appreciate that. Preston, it makes no sense. Time's literally flying by. I don't understand how it's several days into November already. It's gonna be Christmas before we know it. And I guess the only benefit to that is, like, this. I don't want this to sound, like, bad, but this will be the first year we're going to spend Christmas at home for quite some time. We always go to Georgia, and I really enjoy it. Like, it's great to go and see family down there, but since we're getting married in Colorado and Kyla's family's going to be there 2 weeks before Christmas, it'd be kind of silly to then drive all the way down there a couple weeks later. So it will be nice to just be, like, at home for Christmas for the first time in a while, and hey, the Steelers play on Christmas, so I get to enjoy that. Target buck. Oh, that makes more sense. Do you muzzleloader hunt? I do. I got a new muzzleloader this year and didn't get to use it. Everybody else killed one. My dad killed one in muzzleloader season. Kyla got one in muzzleloader season. My brother got one in muzzleloader season. I, for the life of me, couldn't get a shot. Opening day of muzzleloader, I had a mature doe come out. She wouldn't get off the skyline. It's not a safe shot. Next day I went there. Am I remembering this correctly? I think this was... Yeah. 2 mature does came out. The second one came down off the skyline, was walking right towards me, facing me. So I'm not going to take that shot. I'm waiting for her to turn broadside. And a young buck comes running up out of the corner of the field and chases her away. And my brother was coming up to hunt the next day, and I was like, you know what? You know, they have a kid. He's only going to get to hunt a couple times this year. He can have that spot. What do they do but come out at 30 yards broadside for him? And I said it. I told Kyle, I said, I'm going to give up that spot, and they're going to give him an easy shot. Sure enough, they did. But anyway, because Minnesota, what? Because Indiana is a straight wall cartridge state, I can't bring my 7mm Mod 8 when I go hunt with Aaron there in a couple of weeks. So I will have my muzzleloader there. Maybe I get a chance to actually take a deer with it. I'm guessing when, Dustin, do the Steelers play the Ravens? Week after next, I think. And then right before Christmas, too. 0 sound, by the way, is way too warm. I'm guessing that means you can't hear me, but based on the fact that I didn't want to, like, wear sweatpants today during the stream, and I'm not outside in the sun, I believe it. How's the winter in PA? I would say it's not bad. Like, we'll get some negative temperatures. We'll get a fair bit of snow. Like, probably roads need plowed. I don't know. Every couple days, let's say. Something like that. But it's, you know, it's not bad at all. What caliber muzzleloader? So it's a 50 caliber, but I'm shooting 45 caliber sabots. So, I don't know if you know the CVA muzzleloaders, but it's a CVA Wolf. Muzzleloader season is before rifle. So we have an early muzzleloader that's doe only, like JTAC just said there. The last 3 days of that are also a youth and senior citizen doe season in which they can use a rifle. Then we have a late muzzleloader in which you can use a flintlock. That starts the day after Christmas and goes for like 3 weeks, something like that. We usually get most of our snow in January or February. Yeah, you're mostly right. I feel like we haven't had a white Christmas in a long time. The one that we did have for sure, we were in Colorado for. Great muzzleloader. I like it a lot. I've, you know, shooting it, studying it in and stuff, and just, you know, it's just a really, like, it operates really well. The scope that I have on it's like the lower end Vortex scope, but I really like it. I hope to get the chance to use it here this year. I couldn't believe, like, so I have an old Traditions, and it has a safety, the CVA doesn't. And for that reason, since Kyle and I were hunting separately, I was like, hey, you take the Traditions, it's got a safety. That's just probably better. And, she smoked that doe with it, shot through the top of the heart. And my new CVA just hasn't gotten an opportunity yet. Why are you still playing this game? Are you not bored? Nah, I always have, like, I'm always working towards a goal with this game. There may someday come a time where I just have nothing left to strive for, but I don't have any male rare tigers, barasingha, nilgai rares I'm still looking for. There's things that I really want to get in this game that I just don't have yet. When the day comes that I've gotten all those things, I may, start to get bored of it, but I'm just like a goal or progress-oriented person. Like, if I have something to work towards, I have no problem, like, just spending hours doing it. I kind of hunt that way, like, in real life, I mean. What you'll often hear as the shotgun approach, meaning not shotgun hunting, but as many sits as possible, a bunch of hours in the stand, and basically try to get lucky. Is that the best way to do it? Probably not, but I like doing that. I don't know why, but I do. What's up, Creighton? 2 squirrels currently trying to qualify for the Olympics? Hey, it's squirrel season, just saying. I don't like the Hunter Classic that much. It's a little too old for me. Yeah, it's fair, I get it. Graphics and stuff aren't quite up to snuff with modern games. I would say it's held up pretty well, but, The game was released in March of 2009. It's an old game. Steelers play the Chiefs on Christmas. Yeah, we know the Chiefs can be had on Christmas because the Raiders beat them last year, but that also means they're probably going to be more on their P's and Q's like, hey, we weren't at our best last Christmas, let's make sure that doesn't happen again. So, that's good. What's up, Tristan? No worries, man. We've killed some tigers. We actually killed 4 of them towards the beginning of the stream, and we'll be resting the tiger drink time in about 10 minutes to do a little more tiger hunting. You haven't missed much. I feel like that's when we get our first snow JTAC. Like the second week of the rut almost every year. Have you had any more bread? Actually, funny you say that. Kyla, yesterday, I think, made a batch of English muffins. And I've had this plan for a while to make, like, homemade, like, frozen breakfast sandwiches, like those Jimmy Dean ones. So, she made the English muffins. I cut them in half, froze them. I got these little silicone egg ring things to, like, make a circle egg. I think that was pretty self-explanatory. I didn't need to explain that. So today I made enough eggs to do all those English muffin things, and then like actual Jimmy Dean sausage things. So all those are in the freezer. I gotta assemble them and put them in their own little bags. And then yeah, for mornings where I'm gonna go sit all day for rut hunts and stuff, pop one of those suckers in the microwave for 2 or 3 minutes. Way better than going to the stand. My hunting snacks are like a sandwich bag of pretzels and maybe a pack of gummies, because I try to not have loud stuff. If I have a sandwich in the morning, I'll be way better off, is what I'm saying. Laura, thank you for the 5 months as a Tuesday. Welcome back. Good to see you once again. Chiefs seem really beatable, and yet they're 7-0. It's like, they're kind of 2020 Steelers vibes in a way. Except they don't have a shell of Ben Roethlisberger, they have Pat Mahomes. Not good news for the teams that are playing them. What's up, B-Shep? Nothing really to speak of. We had 2 mythical tigers, a level 7 and a female. And real shortly here, we're going to change the tiger drink time again and try to go get some more of them, but no special nilgai, no special barasingha so far, but we got maybe one more lake to check. I did Brandon. It wasn't, it was the guy, DeMarcus Robinson, right? Couldn't think of his name. Like peanut butter and chocolate muffins. Sounds good to me. Why not jerky for a field snack? I'll bring jerky sometimes. The thing with jerky is, it's very aromatic. And I'm always afraid of like getting winded or whatever. I remember my first year hunting on my own, I was 13. I had already killed... How did this go? I'd already killed a buck on the first day. I killed 2 does this year. Maybe I hadn't killed the second doe yet. I think I did. But anyway, Dad sent me out with like a bag of jerky and some like candy bars and stuff. was going to go sit all day. And I went down to this spot, and I popped open this bag at first light, and it was just like a truck hit me like, holy, it smells like jerky in this entire bottom now. So I broke off some hemlock branches and like busted them all up because that stuff smells really strong to use that as cover scent. It wasn't 10 minutes later, here comes a spike walking right to me, and he gets like right downwind, and immediately he was gone. I don't know if it was the jerky or not, but ever since then I've always been more worried. I did kill a doe later that day, but she didn't go downwind. An interception from Mahomes. He has been a little more mistake prone. It's been interesting this year. Falcons look good, Hawkeye. Except week 1. Just saying. Was that timing, Shadowhunter? Storms went around me? Good. Oh, there's the rest of that. Indeed a timing. They looked horrible week 1. I can't tell how much of it was Kirk Cousins, like, just getting into the groove, because, like, there's an argument that the Steelers are really good, because they've beaten the Falcons, and they've beaten the Broncos, who have looked much better lately. They beat the Chargers, who are pretty decent. And then, what are the last 3 wins? Jets, Giants, and Raiders. Raiders are not good. But then the other argument is, like, yeah, the Falcons weren't ready yet. Bo Nix was still, like, getting his feet under him. Justin Herbert was hurt. The Jets game, Devontae Adams had just gotten there. And the Giants and Raiders suck. I think the Steelers are a good team. But there's an argument to be made that their schedule has been really favorable so far. What's up, bottom boy? Dad texted me he saw Sawrack and Mr. Potential chasing the same doe over across the creek. No way I'm getting off in time to go after him. Ah, that sucks. Is your dad going to try to get him, or does he have a specific buck he's after this year? I feel like I haven't heard much about him on it. Steelers did look pretty good when they needed to. Yeah, I think, you know, they played well against Dallas, and I would say Justin Fields, I don't want to say held him back, but if Russ was in there and playing like Russ played the last 2 games, they'd have won that game. I think they're good. We will find out in very short order these next couple weeks. They're good till proven bad, that's the problem. My grandfather always says to me, it's not the smell of the stuff you bring out, it's the smell of you. No doubt, you know, that's as big a factor as, you know, anything else. I do think if you have, like, jerky that's really aromatic or whatever, though, it's probably not helping you. I think if you're going to get winded, you're going to get winded. But, like, maybe if one goes downwind and, like, is moving quick, maybe they don't catch you. I don't know. Probably the first person ever to have Hurts over Lamar this week in fantasy. Do you have them both on your team? Is that what you're saying? Oh, that's fair, bottom boy. I get the feeling he's going to head out here sometime in the next week or 2 and he's going to kill one. He always does. Whoa, a diamond bantang. Those are super rare, right? Yeah. You do have both. Nice. I'd get out JTag. I would have streamed from noon to 4 today. And I would have hunted from 4:30 to 6:30. But since dark is now, I think it's 5:38 tonight here, there was no point streaming until 4 and running out and hunting, so skipping the day and streaming instead. When are you going to fish? In about a half hour. We're going to go check this lake for barasingha, rest the tiger drink time, and then hopefully get a couple more, and we'll be off to fishing. I'm 1 away from 50. Yeesh. That's wild. Nice, Togo. A do-up boat. That's like... Maybe you went quarterback heavy on the draft, but that is a tough one to land both for sure. I'll be at the day spots. Sounds good. Nice, Preston. Oh, that sucks, Kevin. Were you able to try to get back in there, or just couldn't do it? 2,000 Bantang with no albinos. I also too have no albinos, so it's okay. How long does it take to track a snowy in Call of the Wild? If it's a fresh track, like, you can find them within, like, 2 to 5 minutes. I've also tracked them for 20 or 30 minutes. The biggest thing is, you know, are you willing to spook them and shoot them on the run? Because if so, you can do it way faster. If you're really trying not to spook them, my diamond snow leopard took us nearly 2 full hours to track. Hour and a half, I think it was. Oh, that makes more sense. Dang. I should have won my fantasy matchup yesterday. I'm kind of upset about this. I literally had Aaron Jones, and my opponent, G-Man, had the Vikings defense. And we were effectively tied. I think he was up by like 1 or 2, and it's like, well, Aaron Jones is going to outscore the Vikings defense, so it'll be good. Well, Flacco took like 800 sacks and threw a couple of interceptions, and I ended up losing by 1 point. 0.9 to be precise. Aaron Jones had 12, the Vikings defense had 11. So I was down 2. I needed Aaron Jones to outscore his own defense by 2 points, and he couldn't do it. Sounds good, Purple. Appreciate you hanging out. There's some barasingers down there. Ooh. Random question, what does the gun mean? It's the membership badge, so like Mel's double gun there. I think that's it's more than 1.5 years. If you mouse over it, it should tell you the number of months, but mine doesn't because OBS is dumb. Hey, I'm dropping frames again. Nice. It's because of Sergeant Rock. It is indeed. Sergeant Rock was a valiant man in his efforts to save the snow leopard. Who are the players you're against, Brandon? Pedro, thanks for subscribing, by the way. Big months. I thought that was a piebald for a second, but that was a female's neck going through his head. Shut up, Tarzan. Yeah, I know them better on Twitch, Preston, because I changed them, but I think I can change them on YouTube too, and I keep forgetting to do it. Okay, let's get this guy. We're going to make it tiger drink time. I don't think we'll hunt the river this time. We'll try the lakes, try to kill a couple, and it'll be off to Phoenix. There's a 193. Tarzan took a bullet to the heart, not an arrow to the knee. And I don't know, should we main menu? Maybe we will, just for the sake of it. It, in theory, is supposed to do nothing, but I will still do it. They sound pretty weird. I like them, don't get me wrong, but their warning... Is that an actual barasingha warning call? Can anyone confirm? I have the hardest time believing that's what they do. Like, any deer species ever typically communicate with, like, snorts and, like, feet stomping. Just got respawns from leaving and coming back? Meaning, like, menuing, or... Man, we're dropping all the frames. The internet's like, actually, how about no? It's trying to come back. I believe in you, internet. You can do it. You and your new router self. Thought it was a band gun? A band gun. Kareem Hunt and Kate Otten. Hey, I have Kareem Hunt and one of my... Man, I'll tell you what. Kate Otten, lately, has become Baker Mayfield's new favorite target, so that might be a problem. Let's do... that. Went back to the menu, just tap continue, brought 2 new spawns where I just killed right before. I don't mean to, like, question or anything. The only reason I'm asking, was it definitely new spawns, or could it have been animals that spooked, that were then nervous, that main menuing made not nervous anymore? Because that is one of the effects main menuing has. Fair enough, Preston. Alright, no tigers here. I'm not even sure if this is a lake tigers drink yet. I think it is. Make absolutely sure there's no tigers here before I leave. None. Alright. Main spots I want to check are here. I got a friend request. I'm cool. Have you gotten the Great One Tari? Yes. 30... What did I have? 3,600 kills or 3,200 kills? I forget. Got one to spawn. It was like the middle of the night. I was just up late grinding. One showed up, and then I spent 2 hours trying to kill him with a bow. Ended up shooting him at 40 meters, and miraculously, I can speak. The arrow found its mark. Okay, now I could be wrong 50-50. I was just, I was just curious if that could have been it, but either way, it still makes the point main menuing can still be useful. That is true, Divine. I prefer to not do that myself. I don't care if anybody else does it. But I think when it comes to making content and stuff, doing that, it kills the entire point. Because if I'm gonna sit here and be like, whew, I'm super nervous. This time is still up, but I gotta make this shot. If in the back of my head, like, if I screw up, I'm gonna main menu, then I'm lying to you that I'm nervous, because how can I be if I can just main menu? So, all I'm saying is, from my perspective, it's not something I'm ever gonna do. The content would be you missing and hanging again? I had a piebald alligator that I screwed up on stream, and the subsequent quest to get another one took me like a year or so, because it was a gold. I specifically wanted a gold piebald alligator, and people quite enjoyed my misery at that, it seemed. I shot at my great one, messed up the first shot, then had to save it, and the panic was so real. Was this your moose? Do mule deer still spawn in the swamps of Parquet? The swamps? Oh, like along the river in the southeast? I think so. What's up, Andrew? No rares today, at least yet. I'm hoping a rare tiger is gonna grace us with its presence here shortly. There was a mythical tiger. I didn't say it, but there was a mythical tiger earlier. I guess he was in the shadows a little bit. He almost looked pseudo-melanistic. I was really hoping, but yeah, surprisingly, nothing happening here. By the way, just so you know, every time I see your name, I think Anthony Richardson from the Colts. I just looked up and I can confirm that the mating call of a barasingha does sound the same in real life. Not to say that I would have doubted the devs that they would just make up a sound or something for barasingha, but that is insane to me. That is just such an odd deer sound. Watch you for at least 3 years? Well, I appreciate you sticking around that long. It's a long time. I wanted to take it from 430 meters. What did you use? Moose or tanks? I'm not surprised that didn't go well, because it's just... I've had a lot of shots on them that just... it doesn't penetrate. You have a pseudo-melanistic tiger? Is it the... well, there's pseudo-mellow white, right? I'm assuming that's not the one you mean. Is it the one with the darker stripes or the one with the lighter stripes? If you know. None here either. Those are some of the more reliable lakes. Well, I guess we'll wander on down to this spot then. Tyler, thank you for subscribing. Welcome on in. It was iron sights, you mad lad. Brantley as well, thanks for subscribing. Welcome on in. The darker stripes, nice. That's the one I prefer. I think after a few thousand moose, you start avoiding lung shots and just prioritize heart. I did the exact same thing. It took me a long time to get to this point, but I finally kind of realized, like, you know what? Instead of shooting these things at 300 meters single lung, I should get the 150 and heart shot him. Because the tracking just adds up and you just spend so much time tracking moose. Ooh, nice Shadow Hunter. What's up, Game Hunter? Nothing really to speak of just yet. We've killed a fair few tigers. We actually, I don't know, we killed 4 in the first 30 or 40 minutes and then spent the next hour hunting barasingha and nilgai, and we're just getting back to tiger hunting, so we shall see where that leads us. I'd make a good golf commentator. If I knew the terms, I know, like, you know, hole in one, eagle, birdie, par, bogey, double bogey. Is it triple bogey after that? Then I don't even know. Is Call the Wild cross compatible? It is not. What's up, Shadow Lord? Hey, Mr. Hughes. Why am I always late? It wasn't even an early stream? Yeah, at least this time I streamed on time for once. But hey, you know, can't be easy when my schedule's moving all around all the time. A very poor MMA or boxing commentator. I'd have to scream like Joe Rogan does, right? I would not have thought we'd have better luck. I guess we'll check these spots again because they're really good. Oh, here's a good spot to look. Let's try here first. Just the calm way you speak makes sense. If I like, not that I quit streaming, but if the NFL called me up, it was like, hey, do you want to work for like our D team on CBS? So I don't know, I replaced like Spiro Dides or something. I would do it. I don't think I have the aspirations to like call high school games and then like college games and all that, because NFL is the only thing I'm interested in. But if I had that opportunity, I'd 100% do it. I would like to call NFL games and stuff, but I don't know, golf, I'd have to somehow get into it. If I was hired to do it, I guess I probably would get into it, right? Kill a buck yet? Not yet. I called in a buck I would have shot on Saturday. Not a huge buck by any stretch. 105, 110 inches. It looked like a 3-year-old, but it was about to be an awesome experience. I rattled. Probably 5 minutes later, I looked up and here it comes across the hill. Wasn't coming into me. So I hit like a little contact grunt and I lost him. I'm like, where did he go? Like, I'm trying to get the camera on him because I looked away to grab my bow. And I'm like, he's got to be stopped up there behind that tree. So I did a roar, I did a snort wheeze, and then I did a second roar. And all of a sudden he came running, like he's running right at me. And I'm just thinking like, this is gonna happen. Like I zoomed the camera way out. I'm ready to smoke this thing when he comes in. And he stopped at about 55 yards. And he just can't see the buck that he's going to challenge because there wasn't one. And he wouldn't come any closer. And then I stupidly moved the camera to get it on him in a tree that I shouldn't have been in, it was too open. And I got busted, but it was cool. I love calling in deer. I have only successfully called in one deer that I actually shot. But it makes me feel like, to some degree, like I understand deer well enough to be able to even call them in as a skill. What is Tiger's ring time? 4 to 7. The next Joe Buck? I think Joe Buck has actually gotten significantly better. He used to be, like, the meme-worthy commentator, but anymore, I think him and Aikman just screw around half the time, and it's really entertaining. It's the calm tone you always speak that makes me see you as a commentator. I wonder... I'm less calm in Steeler games. So, I don't know how I'd handle that, but I think I could be calm enough for the rest of the games. For me, the worst is by far Collinsworth. I like Collinsworth, but I think with all those guys, actually, though. Joe Buck, Chris Collinsworth, Romo, I guess, kind of gets memed now these days. Like, I feel like the expectation is that, you know, Collinsworth is gonna, you know, say everything that Mahomes ever does is the greatest play he's ever seen and all that kind of stuff. Like, I still appreciate his insight and stuff, I guess. Because there are, like, just straight up bad. Like, Jason Witten was just bad. Like, the Ibucam thing, like, and I'm not, nothing against the guy, he just isn't good at it. I do think Collinsworth is good at his job, at least. But, yeah, there's stuff that he says that's silly. Like, Mahomes throws a ball away, and he's like, that's one of the greatest plays. Here's a guy. That stuff's not good. Bonjour, what's up, pizza? Do you say hasta la pizza when you leave? like the Shot a decent 6 point for my first archery deer and my first deer from a tree stand. Congrats, man. My first 2 deer, which are buck, were from rifle and from the ground. I love hunting from the ground, but there is something about being in a tree. Like, I can spend hours on end just hanging out in the tree, watching nature happen. I'm gonna start, you should. Kevin Harlan is... Who's his partner? Broadcasting partner. I'm pretty sure I know who Kevin Harlan is. I kind of like him. He's the I'm calling both games guy. I think he might have also called the Roethlisberger run against the Bills for like 15 yards. It took him 45 minutes. Hey, they won last night, Jacob. Have you tried the spot and stock, like in real life? A couple of times. It was mostly by accident. I successfully stalked within bow range of... They were fawns, unfortunately. But it was a rainy day, I was heading out hunting. And I crest a hill, and I can see like the backs of 3 deer. And I thought it was a doe and 2 fawns for sure. So I was going to maybe see if I could get the doe. And I snuck all the way into 20 yards, and I'm sitting there, and I'm looking, and I'm like, using my binoculars, and that's a fawn, that's a fawn. Okay, that one's the... No, that's also a fawn. Just happened to be 3 fawns all hanging out. Just tosses jinxes out like Mardi Gras. I like Greg Olson. Like, he's not with Burkhardt anymore. I don't even know who he's with. If they start talking about kicker statistics like he hasn't missed and he's like, nope, don't say it. Don't do it. I'm not going to be responsible for this. Who's your least favorite team? Not sure I have one anymore. Like, it was the Bengals for a period of time because, like, there was the Vontaze Perfect and Pac-Man Jones, and they were just kind of, you know, not the greatest people. I don't think there's a team I really hate at this stage. With Adam Amon? I don't even know if I know that name. I watched a game that they called. I heard his voice yesterday. I just can't place the face. Hey, David. Fiance's whole family's sick, including her. So far, little man and I are the only 2 who aren't, so here's hoping it stays that way. Fingers crossed, man. Being sick's no fun. Ooh, just got a diamond chum salmon. Nice. When is whitetail drink time? It is 8 to 11 a.m. Peyton Manning's my favorite quarterback, and Mahomes will never be next to. I love Peyton Manning. I loved watching him, you know, in his prime. I think his commercials are hilarious. That Peyton Manning thing is quite good. Mahomes is his... Peyton Manning was like the GOAT regular season quarterback. But he just, in the playoffs, him or his team or both rarely got over the hump. Mahomes in the playoffs is a different beast. That's what I really respect about him. I don't think I ever got to hear a Pat Summerall game, Clark. I've heard him call games since, but I never heard one live. The first game that I really remember, like, I do remember the Steelers-Seahawks Super Bowl a little bit. I can't remember any of the calls, though. The earliest football game memory I can think of with a call attached to it is the Steelers-Cardinals Super Bowl, and that was John Madden's last game, so that's kind of cool. Chicken farm, you taste so good. That was a good one. A little bright for this now. Oh, nice. Got him. Is this the Cowboys year? To, like, trade assets and stockpile... I can't talk. Holy, stockpile draft picks? I think so. I saw that, Tyler. I'm a lot older than you, so I remember the good old days. I think, like, again, I've heard him call games, so, like, I to some degree know his style and stuff. I think the best thing about him is he had no disillusion that he was, like, what everybody was tuning in for and stuff. Like, he really let the game do the talking in a lot of ways. Super necessary shoot-ins is what I do, you know? Someone next to me caught a diamond time, and hey, that happened to me when I was recording. Back in my day, I used to watch the footballs. Then they invented the forward pass. This isn't the football I grew up watching. 3 yards in a cloud of dust, that's the real sport. Larry Munson, I don't know if I know that name. Where does your channel name come from? Is it Dangerous Hunts 2009? Sure is. What, the game, Clark? Just joined anything interesting so far? Nothing really special to speak of. Killed a fair few tigers early on, then shot some nilgai and barasingha, going back for tigers now and trying to check some other areas that either we didn't check earlier or there were no tigers in earlier. No such luck so far. What do you think about the Lions' endless amount of trick plays this year? Ben Johnson is going to get his pick of head coaching jobs. There are teams right now that are like good, maybe even fringe playoffs, that if they think they have a real chance to hire Ben Johnson, they will fire their head coach. I'm not naming those teams. I don't know what teams there are, but I guarantee those teams exist because what he is doing is on another level. It's not like those guys are unreal talents. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs is very good. Amon-Ra St. Brown was like a low draft pick. Jared Goff was, cast aside by the Rams. Their line's good, not great. They have good running backs and solid skill pieces. Most teams can be built that way. And just the stuff he schemes up is so impressive. Is Pittsburgh going to the playoffs? I think they'll make the playoffs. I don't know, what kind of playoff run they'll make, but they're 6-2. Realistically, I think to make the playoffs, they gotta be 10-7, and I think going 4-5 down the stretch, the way they're playing right now, I'd like to think that's more than a reasonable possibility. Cowboys really want to. Oh, that sucks, Jeff. I've had it happen though. If you cast in the same area again, you should be able to hook into them a second time. It'll take a while, though. Maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes. I usually bottom fish for them because I suck at jigging and stuff. "2025, the Cardinals are going to win it all?" Hey, Kyler Murray's playing good. I do think Jonathan Gannon might actually have the chops to be a head coach. I don't know, Clark. I think they're probably too far gone. So, we killed all those tigers. There have to be respawns by now. Where are they? Oh, Cowboys want Ben Johnson. Would he take that job? Because it's the Jerry Jones thing, right? It's you're gonna have always hovering over you this, guy is gonna go on radio shows once a week and do television interviews and all this. And if you have a bad game, he's gonna say something publicly like, "Yeah, our concepts aren't very good. I believe in the players. We need concepts of plays that are gonna score points." And then all of a sudden your job security and people are asking you "Hey, Jerry Jones said you suck." What do you think about that? I don't know if they have talent. They got really good talent. It's an enticing job from that perspective, but the Jerry Jones factor is always something to to consider. Hey, thanks, Ian. The 180 feet, that makes it tough, Jeff. The 44 pounds, you can definitely land them on that. I've done it. But I think I had 280 feet to deal with. The Arkansas Traveler? Is that where Jerry Jones is from? I thought he was from Texas. Super late, but hello? No worries, man. We still got 2 hours of fishing to do. Welcome on in, Dangerous. Even Washington's a powerhouse. Dude, so we play them next week, and I have a little bit of confidence because Mike Tomlin's record against rookie QBs is good, and it's coming off a bye. He hasn't... see, I'm jinxing myself, but I'm just saying the facts here. It's okay. I believe they've won 7 in a row coming off a bye. That, like, those things play in their favor, and the Commanders have looked a little more, like, beatable in these last couple weeks. Like, the Bears should have beat them. If Tyreek Stevenson wasn't being a meme. So we'll see. But that team scares me. Like, Jaden looks legit. How do you feel about the Ohio game? Ohio State game, or... Don't expect an easy game. In no way do I expect an easy game. I think if this wasn't off a bye, I would just expect us to lose. But I do think, you know, the Steelers are good against Lamar. I think Jaden is a better passer than Lamar already, though. That's the thing. Ohio, Penn State. So I didn't watch it, but I know Penn State lost. I don't really follow Penn State at all, but as I understand it, a lot of people think they're not going to win anything until James Franklin's gone. That's pretty impressive, Joe's Junction. Like, you know, they're both guys that can get it done on the ground and through the air, but Josh Allen's one of them guys that just, like, he is the offense, basically. So he's always going to put up good fantasy numbers if they're going to do anything, you know, if they're going to win, basically. For Daniels to be there in his rookie years, that's a big deal. Alright, so Tigers don't exist, I guess. I don't even know where else to look. I mean, I guess down here, I don't even know if they drink here much. Do you have a favorite college football team? I really don't follow it much. Like, it sounds cheap because they're among the best right now, but Kyle is a UGA fan, so I kind of just root for them. What was your first legendary fish? Goldstein, I think. I actually don't know. We going to the angler soon? I'm supposed to in like 3 minutes. Supposed to, meaning if I want to do 2 hours of each. I might at least try to get one more tiger though. So if there's not one here, we'll probably hunt around a little bit longer just to do that. Their defense sucks though, Clark. That's the thing about the Ravens, and it's if they figure the defense out, they're gonna be a problem. Do you have any super rare cats in Call of the Wild? I do not, actually. Graves, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Back in my day, Flatro streams were about geese. Crash every 45 seconds because the game was broke, but that was peak Call of the Wild. Diamond snowies exist, and you can prove it. I can. I can indeed. I don't intend to ever prove it again. I mean, if I get another diamond snow leopard, awesome. One day I'll, you know, no doubt be hunting them again. I did consider a little bit of like targeting but shooting females today. It might be next week. I really want to get that rare female tar. Oh, I don't think there's a stream next week. So I've got all these videos prepped that I recorded in July. There's 9 of them, and there's at least one real life hunting video, probably 2. That are going to come out along that stretch, and there's the classic Halloween event that I think is still going to happen, provided that happens. That's content like through the end of the month. So, my plan is to basically take like a week and a half off and just hunt. So there probably won't be a stream Friday, Monday, all that. Whenever the Halloween event happens, though, I'm at least going to stream that once or twice, a couple of videos on it, so that kind of cuts into the vacation thing. Anyway, probably not a stream next Monday, but there will be a video. What's the best spot for diamond rainbow trout on Golden Ridge? Ooh, that I don't know. I know the cutthroat trout spot can be a diamond rainbow location, but that's kind of fairly rare. I assume Andy will get him coached up, Clark, to where they quit that. Although, Jawan might just be bad. Like, actually, where are all of our tigers? The only thing I can think of is going down this way on the river, so I guess we'll do that. It's the one thing we haven't done. Would like to see elephant or some other savanna animals? I always thought elephants were just a no-go. And I think EW has said, like, this engine can't handle it and stuff like that, but since they added snow leopards and tigers, I at least want to say, like, there's a chance. If Call the Wild added elephants, I think not only would it, like, maybe be the most popular map, I think they'd bring back and bring in a lot of new players and old players. Like, that's a drastic change if they ever did that. Favorite MLB team? Kind of the same situation, the Braves. Kyle's family roots for the Braves. I watch more Braves baseball than Pirates baseball. I don't think I watched a single Pirates game this year, but every year we go down to Georgia for Kyle's birthday, stay for about a week. Basically every night the Braves are on, and I'll sit there and watch the entire game. Usually Kyle's stepdad watches, and I watch, and there was a game when I was down there, they went into extra innings with the Marlins, I think? And they had like a walk-off in the bottom of the 10th. And he had just fallen asleep, and I didn't know how to react, so I was just like, okay, they won. I didn't say nothing, I didn't want to wake him up. Call the whale? Call the whale? Whale, whale, whale. Greater Kudu, that's another one we need. Tigers can also drink at the small lakes on the east side. Like here. I have seen them there. I probably do have some drinking there right now, but I'm hoping to, like, honestly, I would shoot one and go to the angler at this point, because we've had a pretty solid hunt, but I'm hoping to not have to go there, because it feels like what happens every time I go there is they spook. Braves are good, unlucky 2024 with injuries. I'm not even sure any of the injuries happened when I was, you know, following him there for that week that I pay any attention to him. You ever caught a tiger before? Yeah, by the toe. He hollered, so I let him go. When you get on the angler, are you going to Japan? Yes. Do you have a tip for me to get better hunts on Silver Ridge Peaks? Because I get bad hunts with bad spawns and everything spooks. I mean, the main thing is hunting whatever's active. So, like, if you start at 4 a.m., I would hunt, like, or 5 a.m., let's say. I would hunt, like, in the west and northwest for black bear and elk. You get into about 8 a.m., plains bison start drinking, so I'd hunt, obviously, in the plains in the southeast. At noon, bighorn drink, so again, sort of west-northwest. Then mule deer in that same area. I'm just hunting drink times for whatever's drinking. That's basically how I would approach it. Those East Lakes where I shot the 4 diamonds I have, really? I think my first or second mythical was up there. But other than that, I haven't killed too many in that area. Well, depending on what happens here, if we don't find one going up along the river, I guess that's what we'll do. What is up with that? It's just like toxic green slime. Am I gonna die? Did you seriously catch a tiger and grab it by the toe? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I don't know if it's common, but I shot all my tigers from those sets of lakes. Is this like single player or multiplayer? I feel like it's more common in single player, like if you have other tigers elsewhere maybe that you're not getting. The diamond spawning there like back to back kind of makes sense. What's up, Brantley? I spelled diamonds wrong? I don't think I did, but I could have. Oh, I did. Diamonds. Yikes. Do you get most of your videos from live streams and then do voiceovers, or do you just record gameplay and clip it? Yeah, I just record gameplay. So, like, most videos I sit down for, I'd say 2.5 to 3.5 hours. And everything's live commentary. So I'm just sitting here reacting to whatever happens. I feel really dumb for that. Can I, like, change it? That's so stupid. How did I even... I guess I only missed by one character. I don't think that was a brain fart. I think I just typoed. I hope. Otherwise... Yikes. So if I click this... Hey, Elon Musk was on the Joe Rogan podcast again. And then click that. Oh no, that's a capital O. I don't want that. Save. I think I fixed it. Fine. Anyway, clearly you did. Clearly you didn't type O. That was good. Nicely done. Hello. Oh, is that? No, that's not Mela, is it? Is it? I don't know. I want to believe. Nah, it's not. Just shadows. Ugh. That could have been very cool. What's up, mistress? Welcome on in. Hey, we finally got a hard shot. Big meal. Can someone explain the surely pleasure of American football, I'm guessing? I can tell you the reason I enjoy it. The pacing of it, you know, there being like a play clock and like time between every play. I find like it's a really enjoyable watch with other people. So like, typically like I'll go up to my parents every weekend to watch a Steeler game. There'll be like a run play, and then there's 20 to 30 seconds between every play. You talk about what happened, like, I don't know, man, it's 3rd and 3. I'd throw it. We can't run very good today. You have your little back and forth, and then they run the play. And it's just, I don't know. I like the pacing of it. I think it works. Title just updated. Good. Just got a diamond time, and there you go. Clarification, officially not a rare tiger. You looked at... I really thought that might have been a Mela for a second. That would have been sick. Well, we're already here. We'll run all the way down. So we've killed 5 tigers on the river today, and none anywhere else. How interesting. College football is where it's at, not big on the NFL, and honestly, NIL is making college worse as well. The thing that I, like, I guess the reason that I can't get into college as much, I have enjoyed college way more the last couple of years. Like, if it's on, I watch it, whereas in the past, I'm like, don't care, not watching college football. I like the, you know, the ranked games, basically. Like, when it's, the Georgia-Alabama game, Will and I watched when I was hunting in West Virginia. Great game, fun to watch. But when it's like, even the Natty a couple years ago, was it 63-7, or was it maybe 70-7? No, 63-7, I think. That was was it TCU? I think in Georgia? Like, I guess some Super Bowls happen that way, but most NFL games are closer, and that's what I like about it. I get my enjoyment out of football because I played, and I know I could never do what they do, so what they do is extremely impressive. I think that's most sports watching for most people. But then, like, understanding the game well because you played, and I played for a year when I was in 6th grade. Like, something else I really enjoy is, like, I'll see something happening and be like, I think I drive my dad and probably Kyle and everybody nuts. But actually a really good example. Steelers-Bengals week 1. Was that last year? I think it was 2 years ago. Kyla's sister was here visiting too. So we were all with my parents, we were watching the game. It's in overtime. The Bengals fumble, recover it, and then gain an additional like 8 yards or something. Which you can't do. In overtime, if you fumble, the ball comes back to the spot of the fumble. And they like didn't immediately roll that. And I'm like screaming at the TV like, they can't advance that. It goes back to the spot. What? They're going to let him get away? Like, I'm screaming. And I'm sure Kyla's sister's like, this guy's a maniac. Because to the best of my knowledge, that's the first time she was here. She had met me before. But anyway, like, there's something about knowing the rules, maybe even before the refs realize that it's like, yeah, I like this. I know how this game works. Tuning out, gonna eat lunch, take a nap. Sounds good, man. Appreciate you hanging out. We are 470 meters, provided we don't get killed by a tiger, from going fishing. That's fair, Polecat. I get you. Think I should bottom fish for Sidewinder or use a spoon? If your bait casting setup's gonna allow you to use heavier line, A spoon might not work because he's usually down deeper, but like jigging or something could work. Diamond Days, nice. Football fans can get really loud. If it's a close game, significant plays in the fourth quarter, I'm gonna yell. Guaranteed. Use a 4-out worm, there you go. What map? Sundarpatan, but we are switching to Japan and the Angler momentarily. Thanks, Preston, I appreciate you. I yell at motorsports, but dang, not as loud as them. You gotta yell loud enough that through the TV, the refs hear you and adhere to whatever you're screaming at them. Alright, let's switch to the Angler. Do you watch UFC? Almost never, but I've watched it occasionally. Heavy is the head that wears the crown and horse the voice. What's they talking about horses are for? This isn't horse racing. Come on, Steve. Sync it up. Almost there. I swear, it takes 5 times longer to sync when I'm trying to switch games. That's cool, Polecat. How'd that come to be? Favorite fish on Japan? Probably the timing, to be honest. Makes total sense if you yell through a screen that might hear you. Yeah, like you gotta yell loud so they hear you, but you can do it. I do the same thing, I can't lie. Oh, I'm supposed to join, I think, off of... Da-da-da. Where is he hiding? How's it going? Going good. Just getting in here to do a little bit of fishing. It's my first Blackbeard. Great one. It was a Fabled Spirit. Nice. So we'll go to that Diamond Day spot here a sec. I'll go and refill my drink, and we will go and try to catch us some diamonds. I will be right back. Okay, I saw that, by the way, right before I got up, Polecat. That's pretty cool. This probably sounds stupid, but I, like, kind of didn't realize that you could meet them in an airport. I thought everything was, like, private team plane or whatever. Forgot to tell you guys my possum story, by the way. Maybe while we go out here and get set up, I'll do that. So yesterday, Kyle and I were shooting our bows. We're standing out there, and, like, the wind shifts or something. It was, like, just... You smell that, like, something's dead. Oh, actually, I had gone into the basement to grab my Allen key because I was going to move my 30-yard pin. Anyway, I smell something. I'm like, there's something dead right here. And we're looking around, and all of a sudden, Kylo's like, yeah, there is something dead laying right there. And it's this possum that's, like, really flat. I'm like, could that have been there for, like, very long? Something had to drag it over here in the night, surely. And, of course, I don't want Shadow to chew on it. So I grabbed the shovel. And I took it all. Every dead animal I dispose of, I take it to the creek and put it in the creek, which maybe isn't the best, but it does make sure Shadow can't get it. I dropped this thing in the creek, and immediately all the hair fell off, and like a million maggots were in the creek. It might have been the grossest thing I've ever seen. So I don't know what, this thing must have died of a disease or something, because otherwise animals would have, like coyotes and stuff, scavengers would have eaten it. Which is, you know, even more alarming that it died of some disease, but it was pretty gnarly anyway. Going football to opossums, I walked outside and I saw the bridge there, or walked downstairs and saw the bridge, and it just reminded me like, oh yeah, that happened. Alright, Pearl Barley can chum for them, so perhaps we will do that. Is Mark still here? Oh! I have no Pearl Barleys. Well, aren't I good? I'll be back. Oh, look what else they usually we discuss football and food. I mean, that could have been food if I was really desperate, but you know. Bread as well. I is back. Welcome back. You missed my possum story. We need Brib. And we need Pearl Barleys. The menu option. I'm sorry, what? I have 22 golds? Better than I thought. The full screen. You are a genius. I totally forgot about that. Okay. So, we got a video. Sure enough, there's not a... Why is it 1080? I mean, my monitor is 4K, but it's like not... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay. Anyway, I guess there's not a full screen option. How dumb. I was gonna try making a window and then doing full screen, but I think that would have broke stuff. I will maybe test that another time. Time to catch some big males. Got 5 diamond aces using a 7 grub, jigging on the top with pearl chum. Jigging on the top? I don't even know how to do that. Of all things I can't remember, that popped into my head. It's the way that goes, man. I have a really good, like, long-term memory. Like, my parents are always just, like, shocked by stuff I can remember from when I was really little. But then it'll be like, I don't know, I gotta call and order heating oil, because I finally just did that the other day. I need to do it tomorrow. I forget. I need to do it in a couple hours. I forget. But hey, like, 13 years ago, I can remember, like, an exact date and dumb stuff like that. It makes no sense. Just constant reeling? Oh, okay. Is there any shot that you saw my wonky max weight diamond blacktail in your Discord a few days ago? I don't think I did. If you want to repost it, I'll take a look. How do you know they're all males? They tell me. I also, too, like bread, K-Flow. Were you in here when I was talking about the homemade breakfast sandwich? Like microwavable things that we're doing? With homemade bread? Bread? I'll give that a shot, Liam, if this doesn't work. Forever ago, Brandon, like, we were probably only together a couple of months. That was something that Kyla mentioned wanting to do. I said I'd do it, and I probably would. I'm gonna be honest, I have zero interest in it. But I would do it if she wants to do it. Was behind but funny possum story, the carry-on of a carry-on eater is always the worst smelling? It was nasty, dude. I don't know if it's carry-on or carrion, but and like, as soon as I scooped it up with the shovel, I was like, no, this thing's been dead a while. But all the hair coming off, and then just like exploding with maggots into the crick, like, ugh. So I'm sure it was some kind of disease, like I said. And I took the shovel that I scooped it up with, and like took it out to the yard and leaned it up against the tree so Shadow can't possibly lick it. Because I don't know what that was, but I don't want her having anything to do with it. What was that thing? That didn't go anywhere. Breb, yes. Okay. Huh. Maybe those are the diamond days, who knows? Okay, blacktail. Ooh, that's crazy looking. Did he score 185? I can't read it. I remember that, Zaggy. Have you been running your trading card shop, by the way? Should have put him in a bucket since Isaac doesn't have his beetles anymore for when you kill him this coming week. Good point. He has, so for like family, he's still going to do the European mounts. He has a old freezer that he has some kind of like heating element or something in. And basically he can just make it, like he turns the heat up and the flesh just rots off the skull. It stinks to high heaven. It's bad. But I guess in lower numbers, you don't need the beetles because you can just do that. When are you in the stream? We still got about 2 hours. What's up, James? Good to see you, man. Mange? I don't think. I think it just was dead for a really, really long time. How did I catch a dace in 2 seconds? And I haven't had one since. Should I jig and reel at the same time or just jig on the bottom? For Sidewinder, I would like jig on the way down. Like, so you cast, your jig head starts sinking, jig as it drops, and then when it gets to the bottom, then go ahead and reel. Remember when the streams were only 2 hours total? Now here we are 2 hours in and 2 hours to go. Hey, we're dropping frames. It's funny, like, I don't know, there's just some, that had like no tension. There's just something in my head where like, if the goal is 4 hours, then it's easy to do 4 hours. All those years it was like, yeah, 2 hours is good. But I like doing, there's that coloration I like doing the longer streams, because, like, for one, we get to play both games, and I think that's really cool. But also just, like, there's a huge slate, I guess, of time zones and, like, work schedules and school schedules for everybody. It just gives people more opportunity to actually, like, join the streams, too. Hey, thanks, James. I appreciate that, man. Just hooked him. There you go. Alright, now we're moving a little quicker here. Small on tension. There's koi in here, huh? At least they're the pretty kind. Have you watched any other SEC team besides UGA this year? I'm gonna watch that Bama game, like I said. I don't think I have. I don't think this year. Oh my god, James coming in with 50 gifted memberships. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna have some names to read here. That is a lot of memberships. James, thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. Let's, holy, says K-Flow. I'm gonna let YouTube find some names here to gift, and then we'll read through them all. And as is going through, if you get a gift a membership, be sure to thank James for that. Join the Discord, link up our YouTube, get the member role, and enjoy the member badges and access to emotes as well. Thank you so much once again, man. I really do appreciate the support. And I think we've got a list that by the time I get through will be filled out with 50 names. It's still actively finding names right now. Okay, so we've got Gearwork. Oh boy, a name I already can't say. Kuriyami? I don't know, I tried. Corn Dog, Gaming Penguin, World of Cranks, Eli, Area, Sam Short, Guggenman, SS Norway, Ben Hansen, Taskmaster, Carson, Remington, Jessica, Trey Edwards, Aaron Collins. We've got a James getting a get the membership from James, imagine that. Katie, you hid K-Man? I'm sure I said that wrong. Thunderwolf, Tito, Chris Hartland, M. Frazier, maybe? Palladium, Trophy Trails, Razor, make sure we're not catching Diamond there. Brandon Halford, Prospect, I think. I'm smart. Tiny Talks Podcast, Norval. We've got Walker Kimbrough, Clint Bouchard, Fly Guys, Josh Allen. Holy. Dawson Loop. I didn't see what that fish was again. We got Moja in here. We've got Jogun, Glowstick Gabe, Kent, Eric, Craig Plummer, Ender Austin, Derrick M, Jaden Ross, Kevin, Rockstar Ruins, Crowbar Enjoyer Nerd, in fact, and Richard Kovacs. That might be a big fish. I think I've named them all. There are going to be alerts playing for quite some time, but that is very much deserved James' name being on the screen and in the chat. Thank you so much for the support, man. I really do appreciate it. And again, hey, it's a 3-pound gold. As you guys' names are coming along, as I said, be sure to thank James for those memberships and join the Discord, get that member role, and enjoy the badges and emotes. That's a lot of names. Thank you once again, man. Holy with the gifted subs, indeed. Got that big mail roll in Discord for a reason. Welcome back, White. What call the wild content are you gonna do? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Small. Not large male. I had to, because I like how it's James719 gifting James 1986. Like, James and the number as well. What are the odds? Oh, nice, Carson. Appreciate you jumping in, by the way. Should do an SRP to Golden Ridge Reserve stream. One of these days I will. I kind of thought Sundarpatan, Japan, like at least similar areas of the world, there's a little bit of something to that. But the Golden Ridge and SRP thing makes sense. I've done a video for that, but the stream probably is better. I see your emote, by the way, there, James. Thanks again. This is another alright one. The color I don't like, so that's all good. 'Tis the season, the arrow will fly, bucks chasing, one will die. Hey, my dad got one chasing the other night. Every year since I've started hunting that my dad's killed a buck, I've also killed a buck. Now, there's only 3 such examples of that. Hopefully this year makes the 4th. They are random, Carson. I mean, a single sub I think can be specific, but like gifting 50 memberships, gifting 5, 10, 15, anything like that, I believe they're just random. We need a Breb emote. Was that a giant rainbow trout? Just in case. I'm gonna set up something to catch that. If that's indeed what it was, that might have been big. Did they hit spoons? Da-da-da. Yes. Is this the thing I set up for that? I think so. It also might be one of those catfish, but I thought I saw the kind of pink along the side. Marshland watermelon, it always seems to hold big bucks, so it's worth a shot anyway, right? You second the Breb emote? Can I have the rainbow? Maybe. Oh. Alright. That looks good. Maybe that's actually what I saw. Sure enough. Alright, I thought he was bigger than that, though. Sure looked bigger. You talk a lot louder than you did 2 years ago? Did you get a new mic? No, but my guess would be, I mean, my settings are slightly different. I'm also in a slightly different area of the room. I also, like, when I first moved in here with Kyla, I talked a little bit quieter. I think just, like, naturally, just, like, I don't, it wasn't anything conscious, but I assume it was, embarrassment's the wrong word, but I'm assuming you know what I'm talking about. And to some degree, I just eventually got confidence with speaking regular volume with her in the room. Hey, Kid Dog, what's up? The rainbow models on this map seem a little big. Also, try a 3-spinner. You can give it a shot. I do agree. A lot of the models seem weird. This is also Dolly, Rainbow Trout, and Snakehead. Like, all diamond location? Dang. Have you heard of KG Gaming? I have. Small. That's a weird cast, but we got it out there. I'm looking along here. It's up to Eric. Where's Eric at in this list? It's still got like 10 to go. There's so many alerts. Doing a little day drinking with Percy earlier. Ended for dinner. Took a 4-hour accidental nap to wake up with a mad hangover and no Percy to play more games with. What did we used to call that? Accidental nap or accidental sleep or something. We used to have like some kind of weird phrase for like nap versus sleep. I can't remember. Do a collab and Hunter with KG? I mean, never say never. I do think our content styles are so different. It probably would just be like, I don't know. I don't think it would flow real well, but maybe one of these days we'll get the chance to do it. I think I said this before. Maybe we got to hunt in real life together. Try to watch the stream and reel in Sidewinder at the same time. Dude, taking the time to type something in chat while Sidewinder's on the line, you're braver than me, because I'd be terrified that he'd snap me off or something when I wasn't reeling. Went deer hunting this weekend, almost got a buck on Friday, but glassed up a bunch of does the rest of the time. Hey, seeing deer's good, though. The toughest diamonds to get in called the wild are the species that don't drink. I mean, snow leopard probably, but jackal are high on that list. Mountain goat are tough these days. Oh, I didn't do my dailies. Accidental naps are sometimes the best. Hey, by the way, there's the end of the alerts, so I'll say one more time, thank you to James for all the Get the Memberships, and once again, if you got a Get the Membership, be sure to thank James for that, join the Discord, link up your YouTube, get the member roll, and enjoy the badges and emotes. So I was attempting to take an accidental nap last night watching the Vikings and Colts game, because I thought I was good in fantasy until Joe Flacco took 1,000,000 sacks and 3 interceptions and gave the Vikings defense points. Anyway, then I watched the entire thing because I was wanting to win. I didn't win. What is diamond for days, by the way? If anybody knows. Do I think we can get 3 gold snakeheads? It's not hard to do. What week do you have gun season over there? So it's the Saturday after Thanksgiving for 2 weeks. IRL KG would be running and gunning and you'd be sitting in a tree stand with a bow? Yeah, we could, we could get them from both angles, right? That could be taken out of context. Your diamond is 3.68, 3.3 is diamond. Okay, so we're close there. I got 2 diamond jackals, 0 mountain goats, 0 chamois, 0 snow leopard. Got a big mythical, 0 tar, got a troll. So tar, I think because of their feed zones and their numbers, I probably can't put them like as the toughest one, but they, like, just getting 1 can be tough. If you're grinding them, sure, like, they're not that bad. But, yeah, if you're just trying to random encounter one, that's tough. He's taking me under the boat. Well, at least he's staying close to you, right? No worries, Wolf Lover. It's a better one. Cool pattern on that one. Got till this Friday to kill a buck. After that, gotta wait till next year. Hopefully you can get a dub, man. It's so crazy, like, when it all works out, like, how simplistic and easy it can be. Like, Dad shot a buck Saturday. He went to his little box stand. I think he went at like 3 or so in the afternoon. But, the buck come out at 6:30, so he could have done like a regular evening hunt. He could have gotten out there at 5. And it just... He was actually watching some does with binoculars trying to make sure there weren't any antlers. He put the binos down and it had already walked up past him. Was 25 yards broadside. He stopped it, shot it, double lunged it. It didn't even know it was hit. It took a couple of jumps and stood there. And then probably at that point kind of realized something was up, ran a little bit. It didn't run a total of like 75 yards. And it's just like, that's all that needs to happen. But it so rarely goes that way. That used to be a thing, Jeff. It no longer is. Your boat won't snap your line. The mule deer around here is smart. All the bucks disappeared around the end of August, but the does are still all over town. I have a theory that while deer are obviously like really smart and their survival instincts are, you know, incredible, I think that whole, like, the bucks around here are smart. I'm not saying that's incorrect, but my theory is the ones that have done that over generations, you know, leave that time of year for whatever reason, they survive, and the ones that don't get killed. So it makes it appear like, well, all my deer are smart, but actually just all the deer that survive are kind of smart in a way. Your hunt's about over. Kyle is out, and I know it's getting dark here. I know the feeling, Carson. I whiffed on a doe, jeez, almost a month ago now. I killed a doe the first day and then whiffed on one a couple days later. Nice stinger. Sow cams are, I like, you know, obviously big buck pictures better, but those kinds of things just make it entertaining. Is that just current time, Shadowhunter, or is that last light? Because I think 5:38 here is, so makes the sense. Oh my. Quite the fight over there for the, minnow. Kyla text you with, I got him? I assume she'd call me, but I don't know. The doe she killed, a week and a half ago, I was hunting down in, like, a bottom kind of down below her. There's a diamond dace. Anyway, I was hunting down that bottom, and it got dark down there a little bit early, so I must have been up and moving already, because she shot it with a couple minutes left to go. I never heard the shot. I think I just, you know, being down there, it would have been a quieter sound and, like, all the leaves rustling because I was hiking up that hill. I get up there, and I get to the back of my truck, and I'm like, I better make sure Kylo didn't text me anything, because there's not much service down there either. And I look, and I just see, like, I hope that was a good shot. And I was like, I hope that was a good... Oh! Kylo must have shot one. And then I see her, like, walking across the thing. So I guess maybe she wouldn't call me. Maybe she would text. It's me, G-Man. I thought you were a grandpa, man. Somebody just got a diamond dace beside us. I think it was Hawkeye. I've had a couple of golds, no diamond yet. That ain't bad, Jeff. Good deal. Are you going out hunting tomorrow for Election Day? I am. I am also going to vote. I want to make that clear. But, last Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. A lot of people are like, I don't remember the date of Election Day. Why do you remember that? Well, I'll tell you. I don't think I hunted that morning. I don't remember hunting that morning. But I met up with my dad and my brother. My brother couldn't... No, he voted in that election. It was 2016, he couldn't. Anyway, we went and voted. Came back home, pulled some trail camera cards, watched them. There was a couple of videos of the Bladed 9, our main target buck. It's 10:30 in the morning, something like that, and I said, all right, I'm gonna go kill that buck. Now, I still lived in my apartment at the time, so I went down, took a scent-free shower, got my bow and all that stuff, headed out, and of course, that was the day the Bladed 9 walked right under my tree as I was pulling my bow up off the ground. So, I definitely, not that I think Election Day has any magical hunting properties, but because that happened to me, I'll be out. I'll probably hunt in the morning, get down around like 10 or something and go and vote. Try to catch it when people are already like, you know, maybe voted on their way to work, but not voting on their lunch break yet. And then I'll go out for a long evening sit again. Try a 6-hook. Can do. Is that like gold size or what's that? Can't wait for Thanksgiving. Should have 5 days of duck hunting with my cousin in California. Nice. I can't wait for Thanksgiving because food. Did you go out Halloween evening? I didn't. And I really, like, I wish I had, in a way. Because Halloween's like a... Like, in the hunting community, Halloween's one of those days where it's like, good stuff happens on Halloween. But the weather sucked. It was really warm. And... Where's my... Oh, I have it on... Here. I really wanted to get out Friday, Saturday because the weather looked better. So, I just stayed here and recorded videos. Kyla went, didn't see nothing. My cell cams tell me that nothing went past my stands. But I still wish I went. I didn't get to make my... I had all along, like, for a week or two, planned on, like, bringing some kind of weird, like, face mask into the stand and be like, look, I dressed up for Halloween. Didn't do it. Like, hang-on stands or climbers, Stinger? I like the mobility of climbers, and, you know, I saddle hunt some now too, so that mobility's nice, but I prefer hang-ons, like... anytime I've ever used a climber, I sweat so bad. By the time I get into the stand, I'm like, these things are gonna smell me if they're upwind, let alone downwind. I've never killed a deer from a climber. I have killed a deer from a saddle, though. Sounds good, Slinky, no worries. For days, 5 is gold, 4 is diamond, but I caught my diamond on 6 and 7. Gotcha. It was always Thanksgiving that was the luckiest day for me, because that's when I killed my first buck. That's one thing, the only thing we can hunt on Thanksgiving here is fall turkey. Never killed a turkey on Thanksgiving. It's basically a guarantee turkeys will go through the back of the yard at my parents', though. And why I haven't taken advantage of that and gone and hunted, like, at the back of the field before the yard, I don't know. But, I'm always jealous of, like, I know, Bottom Boys killed a couple of bucks on Thanksgiving. And it just feels like that would be such a cool day to hunt, but not a thing in PA. Kyla's here, holy. She's just laying here asleep with me, so I imagine coming in the door will alert her and cause her to bark. Did a couple hit this and then leave? Methinks. Oh. What's up, Ulysses? There we go, got something. Ooh, a little bit of tension there. Got gun season during Thanksgiving, deer hunting, and football and food. That's a pretty good trio right there. Well, that 10 gold weekly is going pretty good. I don't know what we're at, but gotta be most of the way done. It will update. It says only 3. I guess we caught a couple of those golds before I activated the challenge, though. Only 2 deer I've got were on the first day of firearm season in Illinois, and both were within 30 minutes of getting to my hunting spot. It's funny how that can happen. One of the first deer I killed on my own, it was actually in the same spot I was talking about where I was when Kyla shot her deer the other night. I had never hunted down there before that I know of, And Dad was like, yeah, just go down below the house, find a spot where you can see and, you know, set up. So I go marching down there and I find these 3 trees that are close together and I was like, well, this looks like a pretty good spot. Bit of cover. I sat down and it wasn't like 5 minutes. Here comes the doe. From like 300 yards I can see her. And she walks all the way along the bottom of the hillside, broadside at like 50 yards below me, and I shot her. Like, I had barely even gotten my spot. Timing in hunting is, I think it's an underrated aspect. Like, the encounter I had with the bladed 9 where we walked right under my stand. I think there's a pretty good chance I wouldn't have even seen him if I hadn't walked down there in that exact time frame. He heard my footsteps and thought I was another buck. That's what he was doing. And had I gotten there a little earlier, a little later, he might not have been in the area to hear those footsteps. What time is the server? It is 1800. We're losing all the frames right now, and it's just glorious. I almost like reflexively tried to set the hook there and nothing's happening. I'm out in West Virginia, so Thanksgiving week is when rifle season starts. That would add up with what I hear. Should probably start fishing for snakehead pretty soon, right? Healthy deserts? What's that mean? There we go. I've had some issues, Clark, but most of them really have only been in the last 45 minutes here. Catch anything good? A bunch of gold dace, but no diamonds just yet. Probably really shortly we're going to start fishing for snakehead. Desserts? Oh! Healthy desserts. Fruit salad. Gonna bake that apple cider loaf, but it's gonna taste good. Stranger things indeed. So, I don't remember. Snakehead. Oh, we chum with pearl barley for them too, so I gotta go get more. Healthy dessert? No such thing. Banana bread, that's a good one. Fat-free Cool Whip and a sugar-free pudding and mix it together. There you go. Q-Whip. Might be snakehead time, because this is the first time we haven't had at least a hit in a second. I believe that was James, Quint. If I can find you on here, I can say for sure. I don't immediately see your name, but I'm fairly sure I read it when I went through here. Yeah, there you are. It was James. Going to my spot for snakeheads? Sounds good. I'll go buy things from the post office, because that's where I buy my fishing bait. What about you guys? Hello, lady. I need 500 pounds of pearl barley, if you please. Thank you very much. I imagine they'll do that. I'd say so, Jeff. That's a snakehead spot? I don't even have that trailhead, so I'll be a minute. Well, actually, I don't know if this is shallow enough. I might get it there. So, I'm guessing you're going there. I'd say you're probably right, Clark. Where do you get your music? From Epidemic Sound. They have like a monthly subscription thing basically, and then you can use it in like YouTube content, Twitch content. I think TikTok and stuff is on there now, but that's more recent. It used to just be YouTube, wasn't even Twitch. What's a good way to catch saugers? With a fishing rod. No, I don't even remember the bait and stuff that I've used for them, but... Oh, jeez. There was a period there where I was trying to get them for one of the missions to get reputation. I do not remember what I used, though. I'm sure someone here knows it. What's up, World of Cranks? Welcome on in. I'm amazed she hasn't barked. She must have been really asleep, because, like, normally she barks. Whoa. What's up, Eli? Going pretty good. Shot a bunch of tigers and some nilgai and barasingha. Catching some fish, gonna try to get a snakehead here. When in doubt, use number 12 bread. For real. I don't remember what size hook we used for this. What are your thoughts on squirrels in Hunter? I think it'd be a challenge because of the issue with trees and stuff, and if you look at trees in Hunter, they don't have like a collision box from about like 20 feet up or so. That's a bit of a problem, but make sure that's on the list. Is hot dog not on there, or am I dumb? Oh, it is. Anyway, so like animations and stuff for squirrels to climb trees, obviously that has to be a thing, otherwise it's just not gonna be, it's not gonna feel realistic. But if they can manage that, I think it'd be good. I don't remember what we usually use for them. I think, because these catfish are here, right? Bloodworm, perhaps? I have indeed, Clark. That's a snakehead. 7 minnow, okay. Go right back to minnow, huh? That's not a snakehead, that's a kokanee. Or a sockeye. Same species, ironically. Do 7 minnow, you says. Or 6 minnow. Gonna run some errands. When are you gonna be done? About an hour. Provided the internet holds up that long, about an hour. Don't think mountain goats should get their drink time back. I did like when they had a drink time, but I would say like the negative to their drink time is it made them so easy to hunt. Like I do like the snow leopards are kind of a rare thing, and mountain goats kind of have that same deal. They're rare in that sense, but I don't know. Maybe that's one I wouldn't mind if they got it back. All right, decent. Get a 12-pound diamond like me? I'll get a 13-pound one actually. Because I'm good at this game. That's why people watch me play this game, because I'm good at it. Might miss you then? No worries, man. Appreciate you hanging out. £12 diamond should be a new Tay-Tay song. Here at the spot I caught multiple diamonds at? Gotcha. Don't remember it getting dark this fast till the last few years. So, I swear it used to be like we would turn the clocks back like middle of November. But now it's like the first Saturday in November. And I'm just not good at waking up early. I'm not. So, for me, it would be better if, like, the whole thing was just left where it was. Because now, you know, Saturday to go hunt at my parents', we woke up at 5:30, I think, when first light was 7:15. So it's, you know, roughly waking up about 2 hours before first light. So now, first light's 6:15, so I gotta be up at like 4:30 to, you know, be up there in the stand by daylight. And really, I had a long walk to be fair, but I got up there late. Like, it was a couple minutes after first light when I was set up. So yeah, I wish they just left it alone. Are you in the Christmas spirit? I think really it takes me till after Thanksgiving. Because, like, then there's Black Friday, you do a little shopping, like, try to get gifts for people in the family and all that. And I think that's, like, what kicks it off for me. Ohio passed to join the states with no time change, was supposed to stop this 2 years ago. I thought so. I don't know if PA is in that or not, but I remember that being a conversation, like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. So I see the benefit of daylight savings time. That makes sense to me. You know, farmers or people that work and then like hobby farm and stuff, if you work till 4 p.m. and get home and it doesn't get dark till 9 in the summer, you got a lot of time to get your farming done. I don't see the benefit of switching though. Like, just let it get dark out at 6 p.m. I like that. Sure thing, Jeff. Any tips on discovering maps? I have most of them, but the trophies I currently want are only on a few. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking me. Tips on discovering maps, but I might need a little more explanation. What's up, Isaac? Welcome on in. Thank you for the super chat. Been a while. I'm glad I could catch a stream. Glad you can make it in, man. Hope you're doing well. Did Alexander Buck confirm poach? Yeah, so he definitely shot it on the property he didn't have permission to be on. I believe he didn't have a license. I think there was another definitive charge too. The crazy thing is though, in his mind he actually didn't do anything wrong. Because if you listen to his interviews and stuff, or like, I forget what podcast I listened to, but he texted back and forth with the podcast host. And he was saying like, yeah, well, you know, everyone's, you know, gone onto a property they don't have permission on or hunted without a license or whatever. And I guess to a degree he has a point, but he still poached that deer. Like, just because everyone at some point has probably crossed a boundary that they didn't first get written permission to go on, or, I don't know. I don't think everybody's hunted without a license. That's probably a stretch. That doesn't mean that it was a legal kill. Like, I don't know. What time can you get saugers? I think they're mostly a night fish, but you can get them in the daylight. I might be wrong there. I got stuck on a rock and my dad said he'd do it for me, and I said, no, it's fine. He grabbed the rod, and then when I popped off the rock, a big bass ate it, and that bassed my PB. Nice. I had a similar story. When I was a kid, we belonged to a sportsman's club that had like a kids-only fishing derby thing for the first day of trout season. And they had all these prizes. It was like first fish, last fish, biggest fish, most fish, all these things, smallest fish. And trout season here in Pennsylvania, 8 a.m. sharp is when you can first cast in. So they had like a horn siren thing that would go off. 8 o'clock hits, I cast in. My dad casts for my sister, like helping her fish, and he casts right over my line. And I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. You just like, I'm not going to get the first fish now. And I start reeling this thing in because I got to get my, you know, his line's over mine. I got to reel it in. Ooh, here's a good one. And a trout nailed it, and I won the first fish prize because my dad made a bad cast. What's up, Coda? Hey, Jim. Been a while indeed. Welcome on in. This will be a goldie anyway, maybe better. Not a bad 8-pounder. Have you done any more whitetail hunting? I've been hunting a bunch. I have not had much more luck. Me and my dad both got bucks on opening day. My buck was a 12 point. My dad's was a 10. Nice, dude. Good deal. Hey, somebody got a diamond. Hawkeye again, he's having a good night. What's up, Ollie? Cut a stream, been so long because it's cold, no worries. Glad you can make it in. Sorry for taking your luck, no worries. Did you see how unenthused my character was with that silver? He's like, there's diamonds here, this is what I get. Big male. Small. I'm kind of excited for that game though, Clark, because after the stream here, we still got an hour. Gonna make dinner, turn on the game, probably throw a parlay or two together to make the game more interesting. And I think I am gonna try to hunt tomorrow morning, so I doubt I'll watch the entire thing, but as long as, like, the timing works out, I can usually fall asleep pretty good during commercials for a football game. And I got up decently earlier because I had heating oil delivered here today, which was surprisingly cheaper than I thought. So, like, that probably helps considering the whole wedding thing. You know, that. The character reactions are funny. They've done so much better with animations and stuff. And, like, the bigger smiles, like, the higher the rank of your fish. But when you catch, like, a small fish, the character's like, woohoo, I got this. Like that right there, like, raising an eyebrow, like, alright. Ender, Kermit, and Hunter all caught a diamond dace in front of me yesterday? How dare they? Can we have more Call of the Wild? We spent the first 2 hours of the stream hunting tigers, barasingha, and nilgai. We'll be sticking with the angler for the next hour, but I can say, because I'm basically planning on taking my rut vacation here starting the middle of this week. A lot of Call of the Wild videos coming up. The eye moment? Oh, the eyebrow. What state do you dream to hunt for whitetail? Mine's Missouri or Kentucky. I guess like Iowa or Idaho. Not Idaho. Iowa or Illinois. That was a brain fart. They start with I's. I don't know. I should just start building points for it, but I have no idea. I feel like I'd want to have some connection for that. Like, even if it's, hey, here's some public land that I have some, like, some idea of how the deer move. Like, even if I had that I knew somebody that, like, hunted the area, that might be a start. There is, what's his name? Mason, I think? There is a guy in the community that, like, every year he's like, hey, I think it's Iowa. Might be Illinois. But every year he's like, hey, come shoot a big buck here. So, like, I don't know. I guess technically there's opportunities for connections. Yeah, I told the possum story, Kyla. Wasn't it great? Did you watch any NFL games yesterday? I watched Giants Commanders. And then, was it that game? I think so. What the heck? There was bonus coverage of a second game, and then bonus coverage of a third game. The Rams and Seahawks game was one of them. That was a 4 o'clock game, though. I don't even know what 4 o'clock game I watched. Because that wasn't the main game. Lions and Packers was one. And then I watched the Vikings and Colts game. I'm missing one that I caught bonus coverage of the last little bit. Yesterday was the first night of the year I didn't catch a single full game. I don't know if there's any... Well, no, I watched the whole Sunday night game when I was in West Virginia. When we were in Breckenridge, I didn't watch a full game. I followed very closely along for the Steeler game, but I didn't get to watch it because I didn't have it. No worries, Wyatt. Sounds good. I know some public in Iowa if you ever get a tag. I will keep that in mind. I'll have to look, because there are preference points there, right? For non-res. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to look and see what the prices are, because I just got my Wyoming preference points for pronghorn, deer, and elk. I think I'm at 5 for pronghorn and then 4 for deer and elk. Is that right? Yeah. So, you know, I could do a pronghorn hunt or a deer hunt for sure in Wyoming, like, next year if I wanted, but I don't think I'm going to actually get out there next year, so I keep on building points, and of course that costs money, and I don't know. It depends on how much Iowa costs. Brett got 13 inches of snow last night. Oh boy. Nice, Clark. I got the Cowboys game wrong. I thought Dallas was going to win that one. I don't know why, but I randomly got like a jolt of faith in them. Fair enough, Hawkeye. I'll look it up one of these days. That's actually pretty smart, Shadowhunter. I was always supposed to do that with the tiger growl, and I just never did it. But so quickly we got on the snow leopard hunting, and the tiger growl wouldn't really get me up there. I don't know why you thought that either. It just felt like, you know, desperation. You know, Dak and CD really kind of got it together at the end of the game against San Francisco. Maybe they continue that, and they both got hurt, actually, instead. If these things... Maybe I'll put a bigger hook on for a second. I'm going to type in Iowa preference points. Oh, yeah. Okay. 6... We got nothing on the 6 earlier, so watch. Something will nail this immediately while I'm doing this. Okay, there's that. Iowa preference points. $60. Goodness gracious. I'll think about it. Your vids and streams make my day? Well, thank you. And they still lost to San Fran? They did. They did indeed. They made it interesting. It sounds, Bottom Boy, like Zeke might end up getting traded or something. Like, it seems to me there's a bit of a kerfuffle going on there. How long has that been in there, Kyla? Since Saturday, I guess? It's my appetizer. Remember when they added howling to late nights in Layton? Back when they teased wolves, I do. Scared because I didn't know about it until then. I miss those types of hints, though. That stuff was always so cool. Look at my level. Hey, you're ahead of me. As an old school Cowboys fan, I haven't been excited for that team in a long time. I think I realized in 2018 that Dak just wasn't the guy. Isn't it? Because he really burst onto the scenes in 2016. I specifically remember the Steeler game because Zeke and Dak were both rookies, right? I think. They had the fake spike to Antonio Brown. The Cowboys went down and won the game. With like 30 or 50 seconds left. There wasn't much time. And I believe that's as good as they've ever done. Like, lost in the divisional round that year, and what? A couple years ago they beat the Bucs to go to the divisional round and lost, but I shot a big buck on open day in Idaho mule deer. Nice. Dak goes as the O-line goes. Those late teens lines were legit lines. I might be misunderstanding, but I think Big Mike's lost the locker room, to be honest with you, Bottom Boy. Sounds that way. Nice, Bullcat. That's always a situation you don't want to be in. What do you got planned for Call the Wild for tomorrow? So tomorrow's video is actually going to be classic. I don't know when the Halloween event's going to happen. Or if it's going to happen. But I finally was like, you know what? I'll just record another classic video, and if the event happens, then we'll get extra classic content, because I didn't do a classic video last week. As far as, so basically, a Wednesday or Thursday when I officially start my little rut vacation thing, one of the content things I have is a deer tour. So basically, hunting every deer species in the entirety of Call of the Wild over, I think, 5 episodes? I'm pretty sure that's what it came out to. It was really fun, a lot of cool stuff in that series, and then along the way there's a Barasingha hunt where we get something really cool. There's a classic video in there, I think, where we get a good trophy, and I forget the other... Parquet or something, maybe we get another good trophy. The event better happen, I know it. Oh, lines! I understand. Yeah, they were the best in the league. I'm such a gambling addict, bottom boy, because I thought you meant, like, money line or betting line or whatever. What, like, better Call the Wild or Way the Hunter? Call the Wild. The thing about, Way the Hunter is the replayability falls off. My mom texted me, don't forget about voting tomorrow, as if I'd forget. There's been an ad every 45 seconds for the last 3 months. That made enough sense if I had not been thinking about gambling, bottom boy. Last week I got my mule deer buck with my bow, snuck into 30 yards and smoked him. He's in a monster, but I'm very happy with it. That's awesome, man. That's an experience I'd like to have one day. It's shorter, Kyla. Four hooks diamond? It's crazy I can't get a bite on a 6. Welcome back, Wyatt. You can check online if it got counted or whatever, Clark. How interesting. I guess they do have, like, early voting data, so I guess that makes sense. You have a favorite scary movie? I'm not really a scary movie person. Like, Kyla likes to watch them, so I'll watch them with her. What was that one?
Sinister.
No, what did we just watch?
Oh. Don't move? No.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
I think so.
So.
It was like, it's not like a scary movie, necessarily, but it was good. Huh? Oh my god. What bow do you shoot? I got a mission bow with an adjustable draw weight. Nice. So I have a Darton Veracity 35. I had Darton's Spectra in 2022. I actually killed my West Virginia buck with that. My brother has that bow now, because his blew up. And that's when I got the Veracity. The thing I like about it is it got a long axle to axle, and I just shoot longer axle to axle bows better. They're more forgiving. I don't know why that just works so well for me, but I'm way more accurate with them. That said, I missed a deer this year with it, but that was my own doing. Anyway. Yeah, Clark, you know, like you said, don't want to talk about it. We're not going to try to get political, but it just makes everything... They say there are no coincidences, you know, and everything makes you wonder. Tremors made my brother hate worms for the longest time. Thought they'd eat him if they told a big one. Told. I'm sure there's supposed to be another word, but my brain can't figure out what it is. No politics in the 12 zone? There you go. Like we were talking about earlier, tomorrow is going to happen. Whatever happens is going to happen. And at least it will all be over with.
Yeah, I'm tired of the political calls. I got Bible studies.
What's up, Dylan? I don't even get very many. Maybe I have all their numbers blocked.
I block every single one.
You thought tremors were big worms? Yeah, I gotcha. I don't know why. I thought the told a big one meant, like, maybe if he held a big one or something. I don't know. Oh, if he hurt... if he hurt the little ones, a big one to get him. Is Kyla gonna pop on the angler? Or is she gonna relax? She's not relaxing because she stole one of my Mountain Dews that are only for hunting.
Hey, I was out there. I thought I was gonna shoot her down. What was it?
Oh, you saw a deer?
Yeah, I did.
Good job.
It was on the right side of my stand. There was like a couple bushes of like berry thing. And he was just munching away. Choking.
It's the first time Kyla's seen a deer on this property all year. The Mongolian deathworm, the hash slinging, the slash singing. I don't know, man. Watching someone play a fishing game while you're fried is different. Like a fish fry? There's a fish fry joke in here somewhere. You have Mountain Dews that are only for hunting? So, like, here's the thing. Both of us are, like, I don't want to say caffeine addicts, but both of us, what's that? With, dependency. So, like, about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, if we haven't had caffeine, we're going to have headaches. So, the simplest solution to an all-day sit, at least for me, grab a bottle of Mountain Dew, throw it in my pack, I'm good to go. That's what I'm saying by, like, they're specifically for hunting, is, like, for those all-day sits, that way I can grab one and throw it in my pack and I'm good to go. Do you know the Muffin Man? I guess not, because I can't think of what lane he lives on. Lives on... What the heck is it? Opinion on crossbow hunters who aren't over 40. I got no problem with it. If you don't have the time to practice, or if you don't have, you know, the confidence, if you just want to have it a little bit easier to kill a deer in archery season, fine by me. I think it's a great time of year to be out. I think more people should have the opportunity to be out. If they choose to do it with a compound, a longbow, a crossbow, more power to them. Depends on if Farquaad is involved. It's Sea Bear, isn't it? My shoulder gets much worse. I might not have a choice but to use a crossbow. I was getting bad there for a couple of years, and who knows what happens, you know, give it a few more years for getting older and all that. Who knows what's going to happen to it, but... I mean, that's what happened to my dad. When I first started bow hunting, my dad had already stopped archery hunting probably for 5 or 10 years because his shoulder was so bad. Torn rotator cuff and all that kind of stuff. But when we first got into it, my dad started, because he would, you know, he'd practice with us and all that kind of stuff. And he hunted for one last year with a compound, and his back and shoulder and stuff were just so screwed up. He went to a crossbow after that, but I hope to be able to go with the compound forever. That's just what I like to do. But if it ever comes to the point that either, like, I can't practice, if, like, you know, YouTube ever decides not to work out and I gotta get a different job or whatever the case may be, that I can't practice or that I'm injured or whatever, I will have no issues using a crossbow. The Alaskan bullworm? You mean the big, hairy, and pink? Anyway, do you prefer single pin or multiple pin? So, I do better with a single pin. I had a single pin in 2020, and that was on a long axle-to-axle bow, too, so it was kind of a double whammy for me. I would practice 60, 70, 80 yards, and just, like, I was just so dumb accurate. Like, I've never been so accurate in my life. Killed 3 deer with it, shot really well, I think, for all those shots. But my fear with an adjustable sight is that rut opportunity where buck comes screaming through chasing a doe, and you gotta grab your bow, come to full draw, and stop him. There is no time to adjust your sight. So I use a multi-pin for that reason, but I'm better with a single pin. Coldest morning hunting this year, I took a test draw about 10 a.m. and it didn't give out, but I couldn't stop the shake. When I killed that doe here the first morning, it wasn't even cold, but does he have like a scar on his face? Don't think so. I went to draw back and I couldn't get it at first. Like, just, I don't know. I have no idea what happened, but I had to like I pulled a little bit and it didn't go. I'm like, hold on a minute. And then I, gave it a better pull and got it. But I've never had that happen. What's that, K-Flow? The classic event? Saw Honey Badger kill 3 deer with a pencil once? Well, Honey Badger don't care. Have you played the Hunter Call the Wild yet? Yes, we killed, I think, 5 total tigers. 4 of the males, which was pretty good. I thought we had a mellow at one point, which is pretty exciting, but it was not. Did I miss anything? Nothing real special. What'd you say? I fixed it, but no.
I just saw it.
What's the heaviest deer you harvested? It's actually funny you asked that, because I bought a scale this year. Like a hanging scale to weigh our deer. When I killed my 180 in 2021, for my dad and I both, we were like, this is the biggest deer we've ever seen. Not antlers, I mean that too, but like body-wise. So, after the fact, I held... We brought like a bathroom scale, weighed me, and then I held the head with the cape, the quarters or halves, whatever we had it in, and then we added in the legs and stuff, and I think it came out to 146 dressed, which with whatever formula we used, right about 200 pounds live weight. This buck my dad killed Saturday was 153 dressed, which would have come out to like 208 or something live weight. So officially, that's the biggest deer I've ever seen. My buck, because he ran off all his live weight, would have been a little bit bigger this time of year. Did I just say ran all his live weight? Ran all his rut weight. But, basically around 200 pounds live. That buck my dad shot, by the way, someone else had already hit it. And I wish I was in Call of the Wild because it'd be easier to show you, but I would say, like, left and right, a good shot. But basically, it entered... I'm going to say bottom of the rib cage and came out just like 3 inches lower. So the guy must have had this buck right underneath him. Because the arrow had to go like straight down through him. Did not touch any guts. Didn't enter the rib cage. Didn't hit anything important. Just a flesh wound. But it was a very clear 2-blade broadhead mark. Right in like the side of the deer. The snakehead bite's slowing down. I'm kind of thinking maybe we'll join a daytime server and try to get Simon. And then a diamond snakehead gets caught, so maybe not quite yet. That buck's a survivor. It's, it's amazing what happens to so many deer and they survive it. Like, I shot a doe in 2022, I think. When we were processing it, my dad was like cutting the meat off the front shoulder, and he finds a 3-blade broadhead mark straight through the front shoulder. Like, that would seem to be a shot that would almost certainly be lethal, but there was no sign of infection. No sign of really a wound. Nothing. But without a doubt, that thing got shot with either a crossbow or a vertical bow with a 3-blade broadhead. I think expandable, probably, because they weren't really thick cuts, kind of, but it could have been fixed blade, I don't know. Wow, how tough they are. Insanely tough, man. $130 has to be massive. They get huge, man. I've heard of people catching 160s, I think. Big Chungo. That's a good wild hog name. At 5 point 2023 had a chunk taken out of its back leg. I don't want to say it's more deer than not that have some kind of crazy wound like that, but it is a lot of them. deer that were shot and survived, or, you know, was that a buck that I shot? Or my brother shot? I don't even remember. One of us killed a buck that had, like, a huge, like, scar along his forehead from fighting. It's, I don't know, it's wild out there, I guess that's the only way to say it. Size 6 eggs, really? The buck I talked to you about in Discord was shot a year, maybe 2 before. Well, before I did, and we were surprised how healthy he was. Just below his lung, we found a very small fragment of a bullet. Yeah, I mean, it always blows my mind, like, what they can survive. I'm trying to think, that one dad shot's the only one I can immediately think of recently, and then that one I hit, or shot that had been hit with an arrow. But I've seen it, like, my brother shot one. There's actually a short of it on the Called Outdoors channel. He shot it kind of in no man's land, a little bit high, and kind of forward to where it's actually over top of the spine, because the spine dips down towards their neck. It looks like a lethal hit when you watch it, and then weeks later, I filmed her 3 or 4, maybe more than that weeks later, which is like beyond the point where infection tends to kill them. Just fine. My 1161 feral pig isn't on the leaderboards, even though it's big enough, and I forgot to tax it. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to show up, but the leaderboards just recently reset. That wouldn't stay top 100 for the entire time, so even if it doesn't show up, I guess what I'm saying is don't worry too much. That's wild chance. My dad has had stuff like that. Not pellets, but like bird shot and stuff. Just shooting a deer in the butt. Why would you? When are you going for timing? I think here in 3 minutes. We'll go at 6:30. That'll give us a half hour to go for them. Kermit was telling me... Dang it, was it a jerkbait? Let me go find that. I gotta click back into the game and set the hook when something bites. Just use a 2-aught jerkbait for silvers and 3-aught for golds. You don't even need the jig all the way down. Okay. So jerkbait it is. Was that a while ago, Jacob? I think so. My grandpa accidentally hit a bedded deer with a sickle mower. My cousin shot it 2 years later. Like, to survive something like that, too, you know? My dad shot an elk that had a 3-blade broadhead embedded in the spine and spinal cord, and it was perfectly healthy. That drive to survive that pretty much any wild animal has, to be honest. Other than stalked, which aren't that wild. Stalked trout, at least here in Pennsylvania, they are the most give-up animals. Like, if you hook a wild brook trout, or a native brook trout, they fight like there's no tomorrow. If you hook, yeah, and these natives are 6-8 inches is a big native trout. I've hooked like 18, 19-inch rainbows that are like, they fight for 2 seconds and then you just reel in basically dead weight. They're like, okay, I'm done. They don't have the drive to survive. It's 5 days ago or less? I guess I haven't seen it then. Oh, that's gotta be a weird looking deer polecat. Brook trout are a char, which tend to fight much harder. I didn't know that. Got a 13-pound rainbow. That's a thickin'. Come on, one more snakehead before we move. There we go. It's decent, but not special. So I'll just back out of this server and join a daytime one and go from there. I'm so triggered by his penalties, I read Wyatt Morris's Wanya Morris. We're football addicts, man. It's not good. I got you, Polecat. I think we had one like that. I filmed it in 2019, and then my brother filmed it in 2020 and was thinking about shooting it, because it really, like, just wasn't impressive at all. It had to be at least 3 at this time, maybe 4. Some deer, for whatever reason, just... Hello? Next game. They just don't have the genes to grow decent antlers. First, back on Classic. In a year, I shot a 260 non-tip whitetail. This weekend, I shot a 215 moose and the boar last night. You know, it wasn't a year, but I took like a 3-month break from Classic one time. And I also killed, really similar, a 260 or 270 non-tip and a big 215 or 220 moose. What are the odds? That was always my thing, Bottom Boy. I was, you know, if the Steelers suck, at least I have fantasy to, you know, maybe win that. Steelers don't really suck this year. They seem to be decent, but man, my fantasy luck in our league, I should have won that game against G-Man this week. Just, Joe Flacco said, what if I give the Vikings defense a ton of points? That's wild, David. There's a... what is their thing now? Hang on. I can't concentrate. I thought I had a 2-aught. Well, ain't that just gonna be a problem? I gotta go buy one. Anyway. It was, they're on Midwest Whitetail now. And then Jared Mills is on his own. But it was Mike Reed and Jared Mills. And they would always name their target bucks after, like, athletes. There was a buck they called Gurley for Todd Gurley. There was a Gronk. There was a, DK for DK Metcalf. If I keep on thinking, I'll come up with other ones. There was a Dak. So, lots of, you know, athlete deer, and it's always, I don't know, there's just something about that I don't like. It's just weird. Like, naming a deer after a person is not something I would do. Not that there's anything wrong with it, I just don't mentally make sense with that. Okay. Let's catch a big male. Hey Vector, what's up? So, how does it feel officially being a hunter who's harvested a stud buck? Hope I didn't spoil anything. I don't know if your plans were to... I assume that's not spoiling anything. A deer has to earn his name? Yeah, you get it. What about Popeye, the Sailor Man? If it eats the spinach out of your garden, I'll give you that one. What's up, J-Tac? Did you kill anything? See anything? Smoke anything? Have you ever watched NASCAR? Like, a tiny bit, but not really. Not a bad set? Good. Game crash and I lost you as a friend, but I sent a friend request? Gotcha. I don't know if I'm supposed to let this sink. Oh, there's a fish. Pretty large fish to just yeet right in there. 50 pounds, we'll take it. I feel like I'm 0.1% closer to be Fredbear. Have you listened to the Ted Nugent song, Fredbear? That's a part of the equation, you have to do it. Where'd I go? Just that before the Vikings, Darnold never impressed me? Fair enough. Of course, who hasn't? I'm just making sure. It's a requirement. Oh, hello. Not that special. Good fish, not huge. 1 spike, 5 does. Think there was another buck in the food plot that ran the spike off. Ooh. Ted Nugent has a song about Fred Bear. It's really good too. If you look it up on Spotify, it's like a 7-minute song. I'll be honest, I hadn't heard it until maybe 5 months ago, something like that. And like basically every day I would put that on because I really just was like jamming to it, and I was missing hunting season. That was part of it. Alright, if we make 15-pound improvements every time, we'll only need like 6 fish to catch a diamond. I love that about Tomlin Clark. Like, he definitely, like, takes coaching as... Like, it's an actual thing you have to do to develop talent. And there's definitely NFL coaches who don't view it that way. Named Turkey the White Sox and a white-tail buck showstopper and a mule deer... What's the Sigma one? Is that TikTok thing? That would have been epic, Vector. I will take a look at that, Eli, as we land this fish. Just real quick. Tab out. Ooh, that's a cool looking deer. And just for scientific purposes, what's the exact longitude and latitude of that camera? Joseph, thank you for subscribing. What's up, Maximus? Good to see you, man. ZBG's in here as well. The dog DLC came out November 28th last year. Do you think that's when we'll get the community weapon pack? It's Thursday. I don't know. I feel like we've heard multiple different things about the community weapon pack, so I don't know what to expect with it. I thought at some point somebody told me Jaxy said next year, meaning just 2025. I also thought somebody told me that Jaxy said this year. I have no idea. I guess there's only one way to find out. Is 12-12? Gotcha. Do timings spin like that in real life? Because it appears to be a feature of what they do. Nothing really to speak of, J-Tech. Is this YouTube your career? It is. Content creation as a whole. I also stream on Twitch. Patricia confirmed the official Discord last week that it comes out this year. Okay, I gotcha. I would have to imagine that's the time of year we'll be looking at then. I did see their tweet recently showing some animations and stuff. It still had that rail on there. I don't like it. Just gotta wait for the quirky social media hints to take 12 weeks to play out. Now what the heck? We were catching one every cast for a minute there. .375 be kick it. There was some recoil there, that's for sure. Wait, who, Clark? Hopefully the June map next year tops Sundarpatan. Fingers crossed, man. How much longer? About 20 minutes. Trying to catch a diamond timing, and we were doing good, catching one every cast, then all of a sudden they all disappeared. I could be chumming for them. That would be an idea. Diamond catfish, nice. The Amora one or whatever? Must be waiting for snakehead. What did that weigh? Bro, what are the odds I'm out of... Did any of these work for them? Of course not. Dog biscuits, dude. Do I have that? Nope. Back to the post office. Picked his name as a random announcer? Okay. 43 pounds. Nice. Shouldn't be able to use all those up in the last 20 minutes or so. Chum hot dogs, I shall. You're a diamond timing? Are you saying I'm fat? My weight is in fact diamond weight. I didn't think of that. Other diamond catfish is 47 pounds. So I thought they were going to be bigger than that, to be honest with you. I thought they'd be like in the 80-pound range, but I also thought diamond were going to be 20, so. Sounds good, Vector. Imagine stick-it deer hunting on a Japan map in this environment? That'd be pretty sweet, I can't lie. I like the visuals here a lot. Here, fishy. I'd obviously rather have you replace Kevin Harlan, but the NBC job is more desirable. I could be a part of the Chris Collinsworth patented slide into frame every night. Wait, did Lone Wolf just catch that chum salmon here, or did someone else catch a fish at the same time? Because I'm not aware of this being a chum salmon spawn. Oh, I see it there, Pool Cat. Nice. They are indeed, ZBG. So I thought it was going to be on the exact same engine, which obviously it's not. That I don't fully understand why, but, you know, it is what it is. I was worried that might happen, Clark, but there's only so many titles. So, yeah, only so many titles in the character. So I had to go with it. Now here's a guy. Finally had some luck and called the wild last night. I accidentally shot a piebald mallard and a diamond red deer. Nice. This will be a borderline gold, not quite there. It'll be the biggest one we've caught so far, though, which is a plus. It's so they can make rivers river fishing, and the Hunter engine doesn't allow them to design rivers. Oh, that's right, I remember that. I just noticed a better than Flantro category. I don't even remember where that you're talking about in Discord. I don't remember where that came from, but I do know that's a thing. Makes sense to me, Andrea. When's the Halloween event coming out? We don't have any official word yet, but I'm assuming soon. We're looking at trying to launch it on Friday, I think. Because TK went live, right? Was that Friday? And it sounded like they were just, you know, making the final fixes, and then all of a sudden, he got the news that it wasn't going to come out. And then I thought it would drop today. And no sign of it. So, we're just waiting here. What's going on, BC Outdoors? Do you think that a canoe DLC for the Hunter is possible? I don't see why they couldn't do something like that. It seems like it wouldn't be that hard to do. So we're gonna do this instead. The thought that we're bringing this past for longer, kind of. My bro's been wanting a deployable canoe since well before SRP. Yeah, rafts or canoes or something's been asked for. I would say grinding really started it, because having to cross like rivers and stuff to go claim stuff became a big deal, but I'm kind of surprised that's never been something they've done, especially with, you know, the boat models they have and stuff in the Angler. Surely they could pull something off. And I can't be convinced that at least on some level, the models are transferable, because the Axis deer in the Hunter Classic and the Axis deer in Call of the Wild are almost identical. I feel like there's some model sharing happening there. Decent, but not huge. Do you think a feeder DLC would be possible for Call of the Wild? Possible, yes. Do I think they'll do it? Maybe, but I would say at this stage it's probably not. That's not that likely. Because they have feed zones and stuff, I do think feeders are maybe less necessary, but hey, it's a cool thing in Classic, you know, being able to bear hunt over a feeder. I don't know, though, does something that draws all the animals to one spot, does that ruin that species? Because I kind of think that might be what happens. That's not long, though, K-Flow. You're almost there. I was gonna say, I saw a fish. A small fish. Are you gonna do a live stream when the Halloween event does come out? That's my plan. What I'd like to do, because I'm gonna be hunting a lot here this week. So, depending on what day, assuming it even comes out this week, but let's assume the best that it does. Depending on what day it comes out, at least a stream that day, maybe a stream and a video. Didn't look very big. Just got back. Welcome back, Carson. Going pretty good. Haven't caught anything huge, unfortunately, but doing a little bit of time and fishing to wrap up. Yours starts Thursday. I don't know whether to do Wednesday or Thursday. If I do Thursday, I have a little bit less to prep for Indiana because I'm going to Indiana on the 14th. But at the same time, it's like, well, I could hunt an extra day here before I go to Indiana, so I don't know how to approach it. The weather sucks, but it's November 5th and 6th. So, like, they're moving. Maybe not as, good as possible. It's maybe not the ideal movement, but they are moving. There are bucks up in daylight today, guaranteed. Well, typically, Vector, you do like a down payment on the, and then you pay for the rest when you pick it up. So maybe that helps you at least, like, save for it. With mine, because mine was $625, I think I paid him $200 or $225 down, and then the rest when I picked it up a year later. Hey, Kyla asked me, JTAC, have you had him on camera or anything since? Do you have any idea if he ended up surviving that? I'm assuming he did. They're moving just more nocturnal? Now, I mean, bucks are still going to be up on I'm sure they are more nocturnal, but I guess what I'm trying to say is there are still daylight mature bucks cruising, because it's November 4th. Now, within the next couple days, those mature bucks are going to be locked down, and then you see, like, the small buck movement again. And that's why it's tough. Like, I kind of want to be out tomorrow, so I'm going to go in the morning at least. Paid my truck off, and I was looking forward to having a little extra money next month. That's not how life works. Always has to be some kind of expense, but this is a good one. You get random lag on the Angler? I've had the occasional full-on freeze, but not really lag. No pics. What's funny is that spot has been blowing up like 2 days after me and my wife walked around all around it. Well, yeah, you wouldn't think that would work, right? But it's that time of year. Very true, Vector. Hey, somebody got a 100-pounder. I guess I suck because maybe I'm going to put a 3-aught on. I didn't really think of that. Da-da-da. Yeet. Can't play the Angler, it'll just crash. I know a lot of people have had that issue. Kyla's is mostly fixed since Japan, right? Oh, yeah. Maybe try verifying your files on Steam, see if that saves you. After careful consideration, I think Ohio is the best whitetail hunting state in the country right now. I can't argue it. A lot of big deer there. That, we talked about it earlier. What's that guy's name? CJ Alexander? That was the, if I'm not mistaken, that's the biggest gross typical buck ever? Is that right? Obviously, the Milo Hansen buck is the biggest net. And then, of course, there's the Johnny King buck, which probably beats it, but there's the common base point thing, and there's the Ron buck, if that's real, which I don't really think it is, but... that one had a lot of deduction, if I'm not mistaken. maybe a 3-aught wasn't as good an idea as I thought. We're down to our last 10 minutes here, so I figure we ought to be using a bigger lure. Johnny King buck should have been a world record. When I look at the bucks, like, I definitely think Milo Hansen's buck looks better, but if the Johnny King buck, you know, scores higher, then that's the record. That common base point thing is so clearly a G3. It's so dumb, but, you know, Boone and Crockett issues. What's up, M? Is it M. Frazier? I pronounced it that way earlier. I believe you got to get the membership. I don't know if that's the way to say it, but that's how my brain reads it. Hello. And that'll be a gold. I thought I heard the drag trying to go, which would have been nice. You should get waterfowl stamps after you tag out on deer go waterfowl hunting. I haven't tagged out in a while, but if I can make that happen, that's something to definitely look into. Woo, hello. Do you know about beast broadheads? I haven't shot them, but I've seen them. Freezer, oh, you know, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know why my brain went to Frazier. At least we're gonna get a gold timing today. $100-pounder. Nice red variant too. Got 9 more minutes to catch another big male. What's up, Peyton? Goldie indeed. If you're ever up in Wisconsin, go to the Red Ram Bar in Alma. They got replicas of bucks all over. I love places like that. Like, it doesn't even have to be the real thing, but the Jordan buck I've seen replicas of, the Hole in the Horn buck, bunch of places I've seen that. There's a place not too far from here. I posted it on Instagram this a couple years ago, but it's got a Hole in the Horn buck with the story behind it, which was him getting his antlers caught up in like a chain link fence or something. That's a neat mount. I don't know, I could just stare at them all day and like even imagine the stories if I don't know them, but a lot of them I've at least read or heard the story. Sounds good, Polecat. Appreciate you hanging out. Have you already played Hunter Call the Wild? Yes, we did 2 hours of tiger hunting, barasingha, and nilgai in there as well. No diamonds. That's pretty sweet, Samuel. 24 points. I always wanted to get one with at least 10. Because I had killed a 5 point, 6 point, 7 point, 8 point, 9 point in a row. Then I killed another 9 point. And I was like, man, when am I going to crack 10? Then my next one was a 14. And then I'm back to 2 8s, I think, since then. 20 points is so many times. Caught a shiny on the Twitch Pokemon game. Oh, nice. I still don't have one. Are those the Bomar ones? The Beast Broadheads? I think they are, right? Come on, one more big male. I probably should put a 2-aught on. If we don't get... Oh, here we go. Never mind. Ah, just another, like, 100-pound gold, though. Might be 90s. But at the same time, like, maybe that's a reason to keep the 3-aught for the last 5 minutes, then. Going goose hunting on the river and Dutch Bucks Challenge. I'm not sure if I know what that part is, but goose hunting on the river sounds fun. 2 in a pack for 60. Woo-wee. My G5 dead meats are, I mean, they're expandable, obviously, but 3 in a pack for 55, I think. And, you know, I had 2 shots in the first, like, 4 days. I'm like, man, I gotta buy another pack of broadheads. Because one went through a deer. If I sharpen it, it'll be good. Another one kind of hit the dirt. I think it'll be okay, but I really don't want that one as my main. So I have one undulled at all broadhead. And now at this stage, I don't think I'll get another shot at the deer in archery. Maybe I will. Hopefully I can get a buck here. But I feel pretty confident I don't need more broadheads this year. Preston in Discord who owns 8 beasts. I'm doing the math in my head and not doing good. $240 for broadheads? No thanks. He didn't mean to get that many. Oh, okay. I'd say dead meats are one and done. The one I shot my doe with, it's in really good shape. Little dented up on the one blade, but nothing a little sharpening can't fix. Now, if you hit a shoulder, or if it goes through and hits a rock, yeah, it's done. It's a big looking fish. 109 pounds, I mean, that's our biggest one. With only a couple minutes left, though, we'll just keep the 3-aught on here. What rifle caliber do you use? I use a 7.62 by 39. I have a 7mm mod 8. Did you know if you use a bottom fishing rod, you won't catch fish with a jerkbait? Hope they add tarpon. That'd be kind of cool. Flinter's 4'5". Actually, I'm 4'6". Yes. Apple cider bread, indeed. You know, I was all excited about making these freezer breakfast sandwiches, but a slice of apple cider bread for breakfast before going hunting probably will not be bad. What are the odds we get one more timing? What meme is that, Clark? Any big males hanging out over there? Not on this cast. I have pneumonia and I just now cough like that one meme. Oh no. I haven't had pneumonia in a long time, but when I've had it, it gets me. Oh, actually? $658. We're gonna get like 3 or 4 more casts. Yeah, I'm 12 tall, Maximus. Was that? I think that was the fish on his rod. No timing's here. Aren't you 5'7"? I'm also 5'8". What's that? So, only because I'm 5'8" we're together? Shaller. I don't know, man. 659. I think we get 1 cast after this. It takes forever to reel this thing. I guess you cast 120 feet or so, but holy. And, you know, I feel like we might as well cast at least somewhere a little different, so we'll yeet this sucker out to the right and see what happens. Huh. I'm almost 6 foot, but I'm 3 inches short. I like the way you think. I should say that. I'm almost 6 foot, but I'm 4 inches short. Sucks the main missions are broken. I've heard about that. I haven't messed with the missions, but that's, you know, pretty unfortunate for a release. Alright, last 50 feet. Can we, by some miracle, have a big male timing coming at this? Not looking good, because I think we'd see it. There's somebody catching one. So there's that. Looks like no such luck on that, but that's all good. Got plenty of them. Shot some tigers today, which was pretty good. I'd like to, at some point, get a rare male. So killing 4 males today is quite a plus. But we're just gonna dance here as we wrap up. As I said, I think, other than Classic Event Halloween streams, assuming the Classic Event is going to happen this week, this is probably the last stream till, like, I get home from Indiana on a Tuesday, the 19th. So, probably the Friday the 22nd, that Twitch stream will be the next stream. Gonna be a while. I think, is that the day you're leaving? Are you going to Georgia on the 22nd? Well, anyway. Maybe it is. Last stream for a little while, but there will be videos every day, and there's going to be those classic Halloween event streams peppered in there somewhere. So anyway, that is indeed going to do this video. What? Do this video. Yeah. Indeed going to do it for this stream, or do this video, whatever works. As always, thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the support. This dance is so dumb. And I'll see you in tomorrow's video.